Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to another stream. I got 5 tables going at the moment. So we got this 33 8 max PKO. I started my session about 13 minutes ago. Nothing's really happened so far. We've lost like a few big blinds, probably just blinds and antes. Here we've got the Hodder 27. This is our second bullet already. We just got in before late reg closed, or the re-entry period closed. Got 1 minute before that happens. Blind versus blind, small blind shoves. We have ace king off for 12 bigs. We call. They have queen 5 off, queen on the turn, so we bust and re-enter. We got the bigger 22. Again, nothing's happened so far. Played one hand. We have the 44 PKO. Again, nothing's really happened, although we seem to have lost 1,500 chips. And the 55 Bounty Hunter as well, just under starting stack. So, let's go up to the boots. It's a nice spot. I'm just going to go for a call here, I think. It's a pretty tasty flop. He c-bets. I don't think he's supposed to c-bet this board in this spot, so it's pretty interesting already. And if he checks, I'll probably just check back. Okay, well, he's going for it. I mean, I just call. It's a nice safe river. Yeah, I have no idea what he double barrels here. He probably just has like ace jack, ace 10 or something like that. So pretty unlikely he has an ace, but he did bet twice on this board. So okay, so he fires 2 shells and gives up. Seems a bit strange. Should just check and give up in the first place. Okay, 8 deuce off here, just going to be a fold. King 10 off here in the 55, going to go for an open. Apologies if you guys can hear my fan. Don't know why it's decided it's gonna. It sounds like it's about to take off. My computer's gonna take off, and yeah. 963 board here. I'm just gonna check and give up, I think. Here, 4-3 off, just going to fold. Hodder 27, go for a min raise here with King Jack. These stack sizes now, like King Jack's a really nice open from early position. If we had 100 bigs, everyone was 100 bigs deep. Not a good hand to open from early position. I guess there's no player in here, and we're not raising from under the gun. See a flat call here. Could be something strong. Definitely go for a check call. I think we were actually supposed to, like, if we had King Jack without a spade, we're actually just supposed to fold here. He checks back, and so we've got to think now, okay, can we get 2 streets of value? Like, if we go bet big, turn, and jam river, is he going to call with like Queen Jack, Jack 10, stuff like that? But he could still just have an ace as well, so I'm going to go for a check. He goes for a small bet. Okay, we'll call. And we have the same hand. I don't think that's a flat pre, but whatever. Nice hand. Hope you guys are doing well. It's a pretty miserable day here in England, UK. The news that we are about to go into another 4-week lockdown. Not that sort of changes anything for me. As I spend most of the time in these 4 walls anyway. So that's a tasty flop for Queen Jack versus 8s. So 56 of 145 in this one, 47 paid. We have 5 tables. You've just joined us. It's the regular tables. Last week we missed up quite a lot of these tables. So 33 we didn't play because it was an hour after Reg, because our clocks went back, but the PokerStars clocks didn't. Hodder 27 had already ended, like late Reg. Bigger 22, late Reg had already ended. 44 we didn't play because it's an hour and a half after late Reg. And the 55 Bounty Hunter, I think we played because the Party Poker clocks must be the same as UK, I guess. Let's go up to ace 5 off here. In fact, let's go down here to ace 3 off. Just gonna call, flop the nut flush draw. He bets. I think I'm just gonna go for a call. Now we have a gut shot to go with our flush draw. Sure what we're trying to get to fold here. You know, some decent hands like 10x, queen x, king x going to have like a pair to go with them. So yeah, I don't think we need to bluff. I mean, we could get like ace 9, ace 8, ace 7. Can we? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're gonna chop with all of those hands. Good start. So we'll just check back. Here's 8-4. Okay, nice hand. Here with queen jack off, I think we can go for a 3-bet or a call. I'm gonna go for a 3-bet here because we cover him. I think making the pot smaller. So like the SPR lower, sorry, make the pot bigger, the SPR lower is good. And now I'm just going to go for a bet. Okay, so he calls. I mean, there's just so much to still get value from here that I think I'm just gonna go for it. Got hands all over the place. Up here, bet flop. Turn's not a very good one for us. I think we're supposed to do some checking with this hand. Flush gets there. We still beat like king jack, king 10, stuff like that. I think we have to call. But we're certainly not thrilled by it. Shout out to Cantor55. Okay, he does have jack 10 off. That's a nice start for us. 1 for 1 in bluff catch mode. We'll open ace king off straight behind. Okay, we see a call from the small blind here. This is my first time, I think, playing with this theme. It's really not very nice. Trying to get used to it. So I think we can go for a small bet or check here. I'm going to go for a check. And now I'm just going to go for big bet, I think. He's not going to fold an ace on the turn, so we get max value. I think that's good. So if you just joined the stream, welcome. We've got the 33. Nope, that's the hotter 27. We've got the 33 PKO. We've got the hotter 27. We've got the bigger 22, 44 PKO, and 55 Bounty Hunter. Midget Foreskin saying, "Come over to Madeira Island. Loads of sun and online poker. Sounds really good." Okay, bigger 22. This guy's 3-bet a lot. Guess we'll call with our hand. If he bets small, we'll continue. If he bets big, we'll just fold. I think he's still going to be like, he looks over a small sample, quite a lot of 3-bets. 6 out of 26. Like that's quite a lot. But I still think people are not going to find enough 3-bets. Okay, we'll call in position. Okay, not a great turn card. We'll proceed with caution. Probably just fold versus the double barrel. Up here we flopped a flush, but we're out of position. I'm going to go for a check. And here, even versus the small bet here, I'm just going to go for a fold. Back to the flush then. In fact, let's go over here because we're about to be all in with ace king off. Okay, okay. You can't see it. There's a flip. See if we can hold. We do, from the flop anyway. Here I decided multi-way pot. I go for a check raise on the flop. He calls. So now I think we're just gonna go bet jam. 20, 40, 68. Okay, so just going to go for it now. I think I don't think at sevens necessarily calls flop after the check raise. So if we we run into it. I mean, he could still have a set, I guess. There's not many 7x, I don't think, here, but there's lots of like ace jack, king jack, queen jack, jack 10 type hands. And this run out, he might just level himself, thinking that we never have a 7, so we're really like jamming quite thin. Yeah, I think this this is interesting. We're gonna rejam here, pick up chase this bounty. I don't just want to flat and induce. I think this new software is that's unfortunate. This new software is quite tricky to get used to. 10. Nope. It just feels like brand new software. I remember streaming on GG for the first time back when I first started streaming back in July, August time. It took a while to get used to the software, and it feels like the same thing here. I feel like I'm really rushing around the table trying to work out what's going on. Open king 10 suited here, so pretty unfortunate spot. Probably just gonna go for a small bet here. Okay, face a check raise. You're probably supposed to continue here. I mean, it's a really cheap bluff for him. We are in position. Okay, I'm not going to fold. We'll probably fold turn though. Shout out to RGHK16 for the follow. So now, yeah, he probably just has some sort of pair. So we're just going to check and see if we can get a king or a 10. We don't. We now have no pair, and we're just going to fold. Nice hand. Not sure about that flop. Honestly, multi-way pot on a trips board, it's not one of those spots you really study very often. We'll defend with ace deuce here. So one thing that is it possible to turn off these animations, or is that why everyone hates this software? If you're a recreational player, I'm sure you love it. We're all in with aces here. Wow, what a spot. Okay, faded quite a lot there. We're up to 40 big blinds. Here we limped behind with a6 of hearts and then checked back flop multi-way. And now I'm just going to continue. I think I'm just going to go for a call. Pairs the board, but I'm still going to, if he bets, I'm going to jam. Okay, he jams. Okay, well, let's see what happens. He has a straight. We have a flush. Flush beats a straight. It's a nice hand. Us. Here, this 3-bet looks really, really strong. I think I'm just going to fold. Even though it's a cheap price, I think we're in a lot of trouble in that spot. And fold 7-4. Okay, queen 10 off, it's going to be a fold. Down here I'm overcalling with 10-9 suited. I think from late position, calling more frequently here. If it went raise, call, and I was here, I wouldn't be playing 10-9 suited. And again, apologies if you guys can hear my fan. There must be something running on the computer that is making it whir like this, because OBS looks like it's using 8% of the CPU, so it's it's not that. RGHK16, what website is this? It's not a website. And 2 poker sites, so PokerStars and Party Poker. I'm just going to go for a check. I think you can bet there as well, but with 4 ways. I mean, you can certainly deny equity, which is good. Here now versus half pot with 4 outs. I'm just going to fold, I think. Okay, versus 2.5x here. And a call. So this time, like raising a call, like I'm not sure that we get to call here. Now 4 ways. I don't like these hands play well where the SPR is high, right? The more players in the pot, the lower the SPR is going to be because, you know, we call here it's 12 bigs, the SPR suddenly 3. We don't want to be playing an SPR of pot 3 with a 9 high. So that's the way to really think about overcalls, I think. Okay, 7-3 off, just gonna fold. So almost back up to starting stack after that flush versus straight hand. Right, King 10 suited here. I'm just going to flat versus the open. Still in the late reg period. We have 6k from 5k starting stack. Managed to actually bluff catch, which is nice. Not a great board for us. No backdoor. Just very happy to fold. Even versus the min bet. That's fine. Nice hand. Nice sizing. Like it a lot. Ace jack off here. 3x versus middle position. This guy's, there's no one there, so it's in the middle position. So I think, like, I don't want to see a smaller raise size here, but I think this hand is just too good to want to fold. Even versus middle position, 3x. Like he's, you know, I don't think he's going to fold. Like ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited, other suited aces, king queen, king jack, jack 10 suited. I think those hands are all still going to go for it. Okay, here with king queen off, I'm just going to go for a jam versus the cutoff. Decent sample, he's open 55%, but only 6 of 11. But I think this is the highest EV way to play this hand. PokerBabe94, is it online from now? I'm not sure what you mean. It's online. Multi-way then, we obviously have a very strong hand here. This guy could be going for a check raise though. I think just betting and just starting off with a bet is good. Like we can call a check raise and then reevaluate the turn. Yeah, so I'm not sure about your question. Okay, we get to see a check raise here. Honestly, like I'm really like one of these players. This guy was sitting out, right? So he was in the big blind. And now he's gone for a check raise. I really don't love this spot actually. I think that this check raise is going to be super strong. Like this guy's not capped, right? Just because he checked, he still has some really strong hands, and this guy wants to check raise through both of us. Like that's obviously a really big fold, right? Because we have top pair, top kicker. But I think it's fine. Alex on Twitch saying, "Hi, good luck. For what I've seen, you like to play more in a GTO way. Ever tried to play some exploitative?" I think I play probably. I don't think like those two things are necessarily like polar opposites. So I think you need one to do the other. Like you need to know what the GTO line looks like in order to exploit. So like in that example there with the ace jack, like GTO is never going to fold there, right? Because the big blind's supposed to have some bluffs, and ace jack's going to be doing well against those hands, against his whole range. Like it has enough equity in order to make the call. Here we're going to fold, but I just think that he's just too heavily weighted towards value hands, and therefore I have to, make an exploit fold because of that. So yeah, that's a good like an example of the adjustment to make based on what you understand to be like GTO. I mean, what a solver would do is probably a better way to think about it, given that solver's somewhat limited to the number of bet sizes you can put in and stuff like that. The ranges that you put in, you got to try and get those spot on. So yeah, I wouldn't say that I play like purely GTO, especially not in these stakes tournaments. Like I think I'm probably losing money, burning money, especially on rivers, if I'm going to try and play like a solver would play, right? We could get some better hands to fold here, I guess, but I'm just going to go for give up. King Jack off, opening up. Shout out to Aboud for the follow. I get flagged by a 20 big blind stack. I mean, trying to think, check or bet. Shout out to Pokerface X15 for the follow. I'm going to go for a check raise, I think, here. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go for a check jam now versus the big sizing. If I had a club, I think I would just go for a check call. He snap folds, so I guess we're not going to see what happened there. Up to ace king off here. Just going to min raise to induce. Do a little induce. Sean on McCall. Okay, up against ace 4. Let's see what happens. Okay, unfortunate run out. Absolutely nothing we can do. So we're not going to worry about it. Sean on YouTube saying happy All Hallows. Thank you. Happy Halloween for yesterday. Don't know if you guys did anything. Queen Jack suited. Just going to get it in probably. Let's go down to ace jack off. Just going to go for a 3-bet jam here. Expect to get called lighter because it's a bounty and he covers us. Mr. Marlborough on Twitch. Hola amigo, como va la sesión de hoy? Not sure what that means. Maybe hello friend, how is the session today? Maybe something like that. Good so far, having fun. Just lost a big hand. I think I'm going to fold here. Like it feels really tight though. Like I'm going to mark this one. I just feel like obviously we have no fold equity, so we want to have hand equity, and queen high is not really the hand equity they necessarily want. Bujara, why fold top pair, top kicker? Well, I'm not sure if you are trolling or not. Trying to explain I'm pretty sure I explained right. But yeah, hopefully by the time you hear me going through this question, makes more sense. Okay, so here we're just going to rip with kings up against this player. Don't know anything about them, but here we go. Okay, folds. Move on to the next hand. You should have jammed all in. He probably had a draw. Yeah, I'm not sure that he necessarily has a draw. Like, it's a pretty aggressive way to play it. It's such a small bet for him to call with a draw. I think he's more likely to have a value hand, and that's why I folded. Tonjed, what's your favourite tournament to play on Sundays? When I play this schedule, probably the 44 Bounty Builder. Okay, here we go with ace 5 suited. We are all in. So we'll stay on this one. I expect to get called by the big blind, I would imagine. But it actually can be ahead when called. Okay, well that's unfortunate. 5. Okay, we are going to bust. That's an unfortunate run out. Here we check call, like flag pre and then check called flop. And we'll probably check, well, yeah, we'll definitely check call turn. And see what it brings. And now we will see what he does. Shout out to Nationwide 232 for the follow. So, I mean, this is a reasonable bluff catcher, right? Because I don't expect him to bluff clubs. So this blocks Jack 10, stuff like that. So I think this is a reasonable bluff catcher, but I just like feel like they never bluff. But we are in the re-entry period, so we're going to call. He does have ace 5 off, so it's great stuff. Is that 2 for 2 in bluff catches? I think it might be. Okay, so we 3-bet queens pre here. Get a pretty terrible board. I still think we want to bet it though. Like, because it's a fantastic board for our range. We have a lot of ace king, aces, kings. Doesn't really have too much. I actually think that now we might want to think about tripling this off. He can have ace x of clubs, ace 10 of clubs. All the other clubs, I guess, as well. Well, we do block, well, the board blocks queen jack, but queen 10 of clubs, king queen of clubs is blocked. So I guess the board blocks that rather than us having it. I think I'm just going to go for a check back and then see what he does on the river. The thing is that I very much doubt that he has a hand. Yeah, I mean, he checked river really fast there. I don't think he has a hand that we can beat with queens. So I feel like we need to bluff. Here. I'm really not sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. So we're trying to there's some king X. I mean, he has a full house. I mean, he's not gonna fold that. Well, that's pretty unfortunate. I think obviously, like, when the bluff doesn't work and you look like an idiot, like, that's fine. You look like an idiot. Down here, I check back 8s against the small blind. We drill it on the turn. Probably he just doesn't have much in this spot now. Yeah, so not an ideal situation there to bust, but I think that he has a lot of king X and maybe some ace X. They actually do fold on that river. But we're obviously not trying to get a full house to fold, and I'm not trying to defend the play. Like, it's like, I feel like we need to be bluffing there sometimes, otherwise we never get called with our value hands, right? I'm just going to check back here. I think let's fire some more tournaments. The Banner Builder 44 I just talked about. Let's fire that. So yeah, you can't just be like nut peddling all the time. Gotta find some bluffs and look like an idiot sometimes. Alex, do you like that ace 4 suited shove? Yep. As Bujara says below, seems pretty standard. Yep. Didn't like the result, obviously. I mean, he could just be. I think we could still be ahead here with king high, like it was a limped pot. So we'll go for the check call. It's only half pot. We have a gut shot, and now it's got fold. So 44 Bounty Builder has just gone in right here. Let's just make sure it looks beautiful for you guys. 5.2x here. We are really deep, but I don't want to play this hand as a call. Not sure what this guy's doing. Okay, I'm going to fold because this guy, well, he snap calls. He's limp 2%. Excuse me. My voice is going. Hope I don't have the Rona. I don't think that's one of the symptoms though. Benjamin96 saying good morning, Gareth. Good luck today. Thank you. Appreciate that. And good morning. Welcome to the stream. Alex on Twitch. Yeah, but 23 bigs deep can also 3-bet fold instead of shoving. I don't really like 3-betting with ace, the suited ace of 23 bigs. I mean, it looks really strong, so probably, you know, generates more folds, but I think jam is good. Okay, we call with fours here. I'm gonna go for a check. He checks back. I think we'll just continue to check, see if we can get to the river against ace high. Goes for pot now, and we just have a very easy fold. 10-3 off, we're going to fold. Okay, so let's see what else there is to play. Okay, so there's a 22 deep stack here on party. It's in late reg. Let's play that. Okay, so put that up here. Okay, start with fold. 30 big blinds then. Shout out to SmillXD for the follow on Twitch. I think I missed that. King Queen off here. I'm going to go for raise. Shout out to Giovanni's for the follow. That's how you say it. Okay, 955 board. We block some continues here, like King X of diamonds and Queen X of spades that can float us here. Shout out to Jalford 1988 for the follow. We can get some ace highs to fold as well, so I'm going to go for the bet. I think it's probably like the EV difference is not great. So now we're still ahead of like 7-6, 8-6, 8-7. I'm going to go for a check back because he can have some 9x and 5x, obviously. Excuse me. We're still ahead of 7-6, 8-6, and 7-6, or 7-5. 8-6, 7-6, and the other one. This is the greediest sizing I've ever seen. Like, I just very much doubt this is a bluff. Nice hand. Ace-8 offsuit here. No small blind. Not as many big blinds in the middle. I'm not sure we get to jam this. Okay, we don't need to. He folds. Queen 10 off here. We'll play if this guy folds. Yep, go for the raise. We get called by the button. So we have a starting stack here. Flop top pair. I think I am going to check. Through to top pair and a gut shot. We have the Queen of Spades. I don't think we get to bet. But we can go for a check call. We have top pair and a gut shot. It's a pretty sizable bet. This guy calls. We're getting a better price, but this is a pretty big bet. I'm going to call, but certainly not loving it. This is this sizing. And now we have a bluff catcher. So yeah. I'm not sure here. And he goes for the jam. I'm into those spots we block tens. I think he 3-bets that pre, so it's kind of meaningless. We block queen jack, but we also block maybe some bluffs here, like king queen of spades might take this line. I'm going to mark this one for review. I think it's a fantastic hand to look at. I just am not convinced that he's going to find enough bluffs here, so I'm going to fold. So let's go up here, queen 9, flatted the big blind. We have a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, so it will probably not fold. Up here, I flatted 6s versus 25 big blind open. You can jam there as well. And now this guy jams and we're going to call. Up against a7. Okay, win that one. Down here, I c-bet with ace-8 of hearts. I think I'm just going to go for a rip now. And he folds, which is nice. Pretty interesting hand up here with the queen 9 is suited. I check called flop. Turn was a king of diamonds. It went check check. River was another diamond, and I just checked and he checked back with ace high. Like I think it's, I mean, it's really poor from him. I think like he very rarely wins, and yeah, not really sure what's going on. Yes, I'm talking about the jam with ace 4 suited. I think you guys were talking about the. I'm just gonna get for a call here. About the 3-bet jam, right? Not the open jam where I had 5 bigs. So, yeah, that's fine. Backdoor draw here. Not thrilled. Just going to fold. 8-7 going to fold. This guy's short in the big blind. Up here, I overcalled. And we flopped top pair. I think with the king of clubs, I'm just going to go for a call. And probably just, yeah, he sized it really weird. Like he now has just popped back. I mean, if he jams, I mean, we call. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, nice. What river. Lucky me. Here, raised, big blind defended. C-bet this board for a small size. He folds. Queen jack off here. I think I'm just going to fold versus limp. Down here, ace 2, I'm going to fold. And up here, ace 8. This guy limped pre. I just completed the small blind. And we shall fold. I Smoke One on YouTube saying good morning and good luck. Thank you. Same to you if you are playing. Streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Here we have made a pretty fast start in a bigger 22. 15 of 161, 62 paid. Going to fold this hand though. Fold king 4 off over here. Bounty Hunter 55. We have 1.4x starting stack. 44 here, just under starting stack. Yeah, not great. Great spot. What else is going on? 44 bounty builder. Nothing's really happened so far, although we played 56% of hands somehow. When you look at stats like this is like really misleading to think, okay, this guy's VPIP and PFR is really far apart. It's probably a fish. But then you look at the number of hands. As well. So yeah, that just kind of goes to show, right, that you shouldn't be looking at hands like tiny sample sizes. And this is just VPIP, right? VPIP and PFR, which is something that converges much, much quicker on your HUD. So if you were looking at like, I don't know, river check raise, like you need loads of samples and you're probably never going to get them in a tournament against the same player. Nine eight off here, going to defend the big. Flop a gut shot, but not loving it. Versus this sizing, I think it's just a fold. We had 9-8 off with a diamond. Actually, I feel like I'm actually going to check raise here because I think 9-8 off with a diamond is going to be a call and 9-8 off without is going to be a raise. And if we get played back at, like, we're not too upset, right? We didn't fold that much equity. Whereas if we have the diamond and then we get jammed on, like, that really blows. So I think that's the way. Ace of hearts on the turn. I feel like it's probably quite a good card. Well, it's a good card for us when we check raise the nut flush draw. It's a really bad card when we check raise like a queen. I actually think I'm just going to give up now. But this is an interesting hand. Not 100% sure what to do on this turn. And he checks back turn and the river comes. I mean, we pretty much have the worst hand we could possibly have, right? Because 6-4, if we check raise that, then yeah, I'm gonna go for a bluff. We have the worst hand we could possibly land on this river. 6-4 is a straight. 9-8 is simply the worst hand. If we have a diamond, we have a flush. We check raise, yeah, whatever else we check raised, it's fine. We are bluffing, it's fine. Move on to the next hand. Cool. Okay, that's going to be the break, guys. So I will be back in a few minutes, and yeah, see you in a bit. Right, guys, back once again with the Renegade Master or something. If you just joined the stream, welcome to the stream. We have the 22 deep stack. We're up to 82k from 50k starting. 44 bounty builder. We're down to 4.5k from 5k starting with the fishiest stats we've ever started a tournament with. Bigger 22. We're up to 18k from 5k starting. Some similarly fishy stats here. We have 20 bigs, just under starting stack in the 44 PKO. Nothing really happening. And here we just bluffed off loads of chips with 9 high, like a boss. So that's the updates, guys. A few comments in the chat. So we're streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So whichever one you want to watch on. If you're watching on Twitch, hello. If you're watching on YouTube, hello. If you are watching on Twitch and you haven't seen the YouTube channel yet, definitely check it out. youtube.com/MTT Poker School. And lots of free strategy videos on there, plus highlights of the Twitch stream and YouTube stream. Okay, so YouTube, hello from Kazakhstan. Shout out to you, Nibda, or Nibda. I smoke on YouTube. Any opinions on ACR? Those guarantees are massive. Yeah, so when I played the peak schedule, I would sometimes play on ACR, but the late reg just ended up being way too long. So it was just ridiculous. So I think it's fantastic guarantees, but late reg, and I don't know how many entries or re-entries they have, but I think it's great for that. But I think in terms of like guarantees and value and softness of the site overall, like I think it's very, very good. Okay, bounty builder 44. If no one else calls, we'll call because, okay, well, now we probably won't. 4.68 bigs with just a very poor hand. Okay, that's good news. We don't have to make the decision. But yeah, this would have been a good spot. King 3 off just decides to get it in. Well played. Pocket 10 scoops a monster. I think that's a good example of over adjustment. I couldn't say like 100% sure that King 3 off is definitely not a call there, but my intuition says it's not. The reason why I said I can't be 100% sure is because this guy could just be going crazy, right, with like Queen Jack suited. But I think on the whole, players that do that, they end up just having a value hand a lot more frequently than like some kind of loose hand. Shout out to Wookiees1 for the follow on Twitch. Ed on YouTube saying, morning, Gaz, good luck. Thank you, Ed. Good morning to you. Fine Sunday morning. A new month, new opportunities. We shall see what happens. I managed to get a new mouse that doesn't right-click when you left-click. I got to a point when it wasn't even right-clicking when I left-click. It was double-clicking. Right, yeah, it was not good. So that's gone in the bin. New mouse is here. And it's going to propel us to some victories, I feel like, today in these tournaments. Well, that's a nice river for Jack 9. Jack Deuce off, just going to be a fold. So we have 3 bounty tournaments and 2 vanillas. Up here we're going to raise, just going to go for a min raise with ace-5 suited. Still fold versus this guy, I think. See the flat here, which looks fairly strong actually from 23 bigs. First under the gun. And we see a jammer at the top. We're just going to go fold now. Let's go over to ace king off here in the 22, raising to induce. And we get it. Whoa. I wasn't expecting 10-7 off to jam though. That seems a little bit wild. Sevens then. Gonna go for a check here. Min raise. I'm just gonna fold. Over here, we're gonna go for. Oh, what's happened here? Okay, this guy's raised. I was about to min raise here, but glad we didn't. Shout out to Mana Lighter 420 for the follow. Here we've got the nerfs. Going to go 2.3x. We have 60 bigs. Playing 60 bigs effective. Sean on YouTube, are the overlays good though? I have no idea. Guys would have to let me know. I haven't played on ACR for a while. Here with 9 just going to flat, and we're going to bang off the 9 of diamonds. Oh, close. 10 of hearts and then 2 diamonds. That's close. He goes for a small bet. I'm going to call. 4 of hearts on the turn. Go for a check. He now just rips. I mean, I'm just gonna fold. Down here we've ISO'd with ace king off. I mean, we did have the 9 of hearts in that 9's hand, so do block some of his bluffs for jamming that turn. It's like 2x pot, I think it was. Here ISO'd with ace king, expecting him to, expecting him to jam, and now he just donks for pot. Okay, we have 2 overs. It's not the end of the world. Gonna call and just bink it on the turn. Okay, maybe not. Shout out to I want to spew for the follow. Now he just jams. So we have a lot of strong hands here, right? So I don't think we need to bluff catch with this one. It just feels like a pretty grim situation because we could have some bluffs here. 6-4 gets there, I suppose. Even a hand like 7-6 or 7-4 now gets there. So what are we really hoping that he has? So he called our ISO and then donked for pot on the flop and then just jams turn. I'm just going to fold. Not a great hand, to be honest, but here with ace-10, I think. Okay, well, now we're going to fold. Down here with queens, just going to go for an induce. We could just jam here as well in a bounty tournament. I quite like that. But I think that you just miss out, certainly from early position, you miss out on players maybe not playing particularly well. Like they'll play worse versus a min raise than they will versus a jam, right? I think. Okay, well, just looked two-bladed, clearly. Or no one had anything. Shout out to Dpops13 for follow. Up here, just going to fold Jack-9 off with this lineup, and certainly versus the min raise. Here, easy fold with 5 deuce off. King 6 off here, going to be a fold. 8-4 off here, going to be a fold as well. We have 5 tables and no hands on any of them. That's why I'm not. There's no chat. So, okay. There's a question on YouTube. Hey Gareth, what's a good volume to put in per month for MTTs? I would say 400 minimum is a good amount of volume. It means you're going to play around 5,000 tournaments in a year. The more the better, I would say. So a raise and a jam here. We have an easy fold with King Queen. We need about half the field to be eliminated before the money. We're 35 or 124, 62 paid. Here we're on fumes, 6.6 bigs. King 8 off, still don't think it's good enough to shove, even though we're going to get called light. Here we have pocket kings in the bigger 22. Sean on YouTube is saying 300 tournaments a day, about 10 a day. Yeah, I mean, if you play every single day, right? But I wouldn't advise that. I'd sooner play 15 tournaments on 20 days than 10 tournaments on 30 days. I think you're playing serious volume, playing like 8 to 12 tables, then playing 30 tournaments in a session is quite easy. So then you play 10 days in the month and play 300 tournaments. But I think playing like 20 days and playing 30 tournaments a day would be good. Here we're cool with kings. We're up against ace queen suited. It's a good turn. And a solid river. Up to 50 bigs in the bigger 22. We have... Oh, wow. And we get king straight behind. I mean, that's fortunate. We have 20k, so 4x starting stack. Go for a min raise here. Ed on YouTube, that 9's hand there where you folded turn versus the triple. Here was, I'm going to go for a check raise, I think. I think he has a lot more queen X potentially. And if he's got a set, then we're going to lose the lot. So I think I'm call happy there. The old why would he do that logic. Yeah, I just think some players will just have the overpair there and just go for it. 10, is that too much? 10, 43, and then we'd have 19 behind. Yeah, looks about right. Shout to Bernie for the follow. Okay, so again, this is a very similar spot to the one we had earlier on. I don't think he has 8s. Like, I'm not sure he bet calls 8s on the flop. It maybe does, but that's literally the only hand we're worried about. I mean, you know, apart from the sets that we were already worried about. He's 36-0. I think he can definitely have ace queen, queen jack, queen 10, stuff like that. So yeah, jam for value. And he has king queen, so that's a great situation for us. Up to 82 big blinds now. Well, this is an interesting spot. I called pre, limped pre, and he raised. I called flop. Is somewhat questionable. He c-bet like less than half pot, I think, and we called with a 6 of hearts. It's probably kind of close to being a fold. Here now feels like we just have too much to want to fold. So I'm going to call and just brick it. Over here we called with ace-6, and we're going to lose, I think. Yep. Back over to this one. I mean, it's probably my flop call is yeah, I'm going to mark it. I think it's probably bad. So let's check it. Yeah. Yeah, so going back to what Ed was saying on YouTube, the 3-bet pot where he just overbets the turn, like it's yeah. Here I'm just going to rip. I know it's 2x pot, but I don't think either player is going to fold a piece of the board, and they might think that we're just, you know, full of it. And it's a bounty tournament as well. He's not folding a 6 or a 4, or in fact, I don't think he's folded anything here. That's hit the board, right? So any draw or anything like that, I think he just calls. Wine G saying thanks for answering my question. You're welcome. Bernie with a question: do you play on PokerStars and Party Poker? Absolutely, yeah. So I'm just we've got some tournaments on Party, this and this one, and then we have some tournaments on PokerStars as well. If he jams, we're going to rejam. If he limps, okay. Cool. If he folds, I would probably just check back. I feel like these suited aces play better check back against a button limping range, but now we just, yeah, we have a good enough hand against this, and maybe we get called light here too, and we could potentially, you know, more than double up. Okay, up against Queen Jack off. We don't want to see the 8 or a jack. Well, that's unfortunate. If you just joined the stream, welcome. Got 22 deep stacked, 11 of 44. Bounty board of 44. We're 358 of 372. I guess we can just close this now. Just realised it's at the top, so you guys can see it. We don't need to have this nonsense window here anymore. Yeah, I would say not covered myself in glory in this tournament so far. A couple of mistakes, I think. So the less said about that, the better. Bigger 22s, doing pretty well though. We've got 34k from 5k starting stack. We're 9 of 105. Actually, I guess the good thing here is that you can see how many places are paid. So maybe we'll reopen that. We have the bounty build of 55 where we're on absolute fumes. I'm not sure about this, whether or not you can. We obviously have no fold equity. He's raised him under the gun. I'm actually just going to fold, but like because we have 3.3 bigs, I mean we don't really have. Like, beggars can't be choosers, right? So this might be a jam. I've done very little work on what you're supposed to jam with 3 bigs, but clearly an inspired fold. Pocket 9s then. I'm going to go for min raise. Against the small blind. Let's just go down here. Oh no, this one jammed for here. I'm going to check back. In fact, this might be the button. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, we'll go for a call. Okay, well no, he's just led, so we know that it is. Okay, well you can't see. Wow. Good streaming. We busted the queen 10 offhand. 9s here, just going to fold. Up here, defended 8-6, and then called on the flop versus a small bet. Could do something else with it. Here we just have a pair and a gut shot still, so you're just going to continue to call. And then probably check call river as well. He doesn't have too many 7x here, I don't think. So we have 4 tables. Let's see. It's 11:15. I'm sure there's a tournament started. Yeah, hot of 55. Let's Put that in. So Hotter 55 now is our 5th tournament. And I think it's all good there. So 22 deep stack, Bounty Builder 44, Bigger 22, Hotter 55, 55 Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Hunter is probably going to be replaced soon. Shout out to Intanati for the follow. Up here with 5-4, going to go for a check. Depop 13, how do you determine your bet sizing? Lots of different things. Position, equity, ranges. I mean, ranges and equity go together. Obviously, the board texture helps us work out. So the range and the board help us work out who has an equity advantage. Then it depends on position and the type of the board. So for example, a paired board, we tend to use some smaller sizes in position. We can start to see some bigger bets out of position. And yeah, here with King Jack suited, we're just going to get it in. We can more than triple up here. Like, nobody folds. This isn't a legitimate raise, so everyone is now going to call, and it might be okay for us. Let's take a queen on the turn. Up here, we open with Jack 8 off. Big blind defends. Great board for us. Okay, we're going to bust down here. He had an ace. Here we're going to go for a bet. Shout out to Indie Boy Taylor for the follow. That's too big. Let's go for 3. Whoa. 3 bigs is fine. He goes for a check raise on a board that's amazing for us. So, I mean, we have an easy fold anyway, but we should, be aware that that's not a great situation for us. So the 55 Bounty Hunter went a lot quicker than I thought in terms of busting, although we did only have 3 bigs. So what else do we want to play? There's a 33 Bounty Hunter starts soon. There might be some other better tournaments on stars. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll play the Bounty Hunter on party. Let's see what else is available. Deep Stack 33 just started. Bounty Hunter 22 started over almost an hour ago, so we're not going to late reg that. Yeah, there's a Bounty Hunter 33 in 7 minutes, so we'll play that. So there's 4 tournaments. But yeah, so lots of different things make us work it out. So as I said, like work out bet sizes was, how do we work out bet sizes was the question. So lots of different things. But yeah, some boards just mean that you only bet small, right? So paired boards, for example, in position, I said you're going to do a lot of small betting. And what else? Boards that are great for you where you have a ton of equity, I think is a common misconception that we range bet them for a small size. And I think that you'll actually, the deeper you are, the more you'll find there's some big betting going on as well. So I think it's, something to think about. Monster Poker Club saying, wish you good luck. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else playing today? Good luck. Hope you have a great session. Unless you're on my table. So bigger 22 then. 6 of 96 was 62 paid. Hotter 55 here. Going to probably play this hand. I'll go for an open. Monster Poker Club on YouTube. How many tables are you playing? So just 4 at the moment. Here, wow, this is where is that button supposed to be? Is it over this guy or this player? This is the big blind, right? Okay, I'm gonna go for a big bet. He calls, and yeah, I think we can actually do some really big betting here, which would be pretty fun. The SPR, yeah, it's like, shout out to MM1986. I don't think he follows a 10. I mean, the 2 actually is not a great card for us to do this. It's not really a blank, like a 9 and 8, 7. No, no, 7 probably less so as well. 8 and 7, so 9 is probably the blank, right? So actually, I don't think we get to do that, but I still think we can do some big sizes, just not all-ins. Like a overbet sizing on that one. I'm going to check that. Certainly, like playing 100 big blinds deep is something I don't do very often. Even, I mean, start the PKOs, but generally other tournaments I wouldn't register from the start. Going for a small bet here. If he check raises, we can call. Jack of diamonds, not a great card for us, I don't think. He can certainly have some Jack X, so he's going to check raise some Jack X, although population probably plays a little bit too passively with those hands. So he probably has more Jack X here, but you expect him to lead some Jack X potentially on this turn. Obviously, if it was a 9, like I expect more leading there, and he just has a lot of 9x, a lot more 9x than we do. We're still ahead of some hands, 10-8, Queen 10, so I think we could check. 10-8 now gets there. And yeah, I'm going to mark this for review. I think very often he just has a 9 or a deuce here. We beat Queen 10. I guess we could chop with King Queen. If we bet, like, Jack doesn't fold, 9 doesn't fold. So I don't think betting makes more money than checking here. But checking's just not going to make that much money at all. Instead of having 8-7, that's really unfortunate, I think. But obviously, definitely one of those hands that can float the flop with a gut shot or backdoor flush draw. AKA Goldie Roger saying, do you prefer registering early or late in MTTs? It depends what kind of MTT it is. So if it's a PKO, always early, as early as possible. If it is a vanilla, then I will register for like, 60 bigs, 40 bigs. Here we flat with King 7. He should be betting big here. Okay, goes for a check. So this is an example of, it should be a big bet spot, I think. And not very many checks. We just have very few strong hands here. Obviously King 10 and Queen Jack and stuff like that, but we have very few 2 pairs and stuff. So he probably just has some showdown value like King Queen or King Jack or something like that. So I'm not going to try and bluff him off those hands. Okay, now we have aces right behind. Rewarded. 25 big, so we can limp or we can go for a raise. I'm going to raise, I think. I feel like he's going to call more frequently than he is ISO as a bluff, right? Okay, goes for the raise. So I think we just call, give him a chance to bluff. I mean, it's a good card. I think we if he goes check check here, like, because he can have like a king now. So the only sort of it's the downside to only calling, right? But given that we have 2 aces, the chance of an ace coming off is pretty low. We're going to go for a call, give him a just let him continue to bluff. And if he has a king now, this is amazing. 6-3 now, probably just checks back. Like, gives up. Okay. He ends up having a king. Here, we're all in with ace king suited. For 100 bigs. There's no sizing really that I want to make this, I don't think. Okay, he ends up fold. Oh, you can't see it. Wow, that was really bad. Sorry, guys. I raised, this guy called, this guy 3-bet, and I jammed with ace king suited and lost lots of time bank in the process whilst I was explaining the aces hand, which is not ideal. Up here I defended king 6, and we okay, I think this guy's got too much 3x. I don't want to go for a value bet now. I don't think anyone has a king. I don't know whether we can just jam here. I feel like if we get jammed on now, like, we're very rarely good. So we maybe get to save ourselves sometimes. But yeah, got some nice value there. What did he have? A jack. Okay, a 7. Okay, nice. So, updates. Shout out to Bernardo P for follow. We're 4 of 33, 22 deep stack. We have chipped up to half a starting stack in the Bounty Builder 44. We are 10 of 86 with 54 bigs in the bigger 22. And we have 100 bigs, 6k from 5k starting in the hotter 55. Ace Queen suited here. There's a lot of connectivity here, but there's no straights possible. And he's not going to flat hands like 8-3 off and probably not 5-3 off either, especially with two players missing. I think it would be a bad call. So I'm actually just going to go for a small sizing here for those reasons. I don't think he has the nut advantage. I think we go big bet and check if we thought those things were the case. And then one of you just asked about bet size, so hopefully that explained that. Shout out to Fultra for follow. So did we say we're going to put... Oh yeah, we're going to play this 33 Bounty Hunter on party. Let's flick that in now. Stushi, thanks for the follow. MM1986, thanks for the follow. Missed that one when it came through before. So we have the 33 Bounty Hunter gone in here. So that's going to be our fifth tournament. So we still have 3 PKOs and 2 vanillas. Kimon Killes, not sure if that's how you say your name. It's so weird with the dealer button on stars. I agree. It's not very helpful. I mean, I know I'm only 5 tabling. I really should be able to keep up with the action. But sometimes, you do miss, like you have other things going on other tables, and then you're like this, the dealer button here, like is that. Shout out to Limax8 for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, I can see now because there's a small blind and a big blind in front of these two players, right? But it's not altogether clear. I've just folded ace jack off here versus a raise and loads of calls. Here with king 10 suited, probably just go for a call. I think one of either of these two flats, I think this makes a pretty nice jam. But I think if no one flats, we just have a very easy call. Alan looks like he's about to do something. Okay, we'll just go for a call now. A great flop. So we'll go over to here. And we have Jack 10. Check out this board. I think he just has a lot of 7-6, ace, deuce. Like, he definitely has a nut advantage. Not much we can do here with Jack high. So, we're going to have some ace X to check back. We're going to have some flush draws. We're going to have some 8X, like lots of stuff. So, Sabio, thanks for the follow on Twitch. And okay, we've got King Jack here. Going to go for a min raise again. So we're 21 away from the money. So we raised here. This guy 3-bet. This is the second time this guy's 3-bet. Going to go for a 4-bet to like 2.2. So I think this is good. And just call when he jams, if he jams. The scariest thing he could do here is make a less than all-in 5-bet sizing. Up here, ISOing with pocket kings. Go for a small size. I think it's okay. Get jammed on. Hopefully Alan goes for the jam as well. Okay, he doesn't. We're up against 9-8 suited. So, I mean, it's an interesting flop for 9-8 suited, right? No luck, though. Continuing to chip up nicely in the deep stack. We're up to 283k. Here I flatted fours versus button open, and I think there's maybe some betting going on here. Now versus the bet, I think we're just going to fold. Shout out to Moonboy88 for the follow. Well, this guy had a queen behind. Great fold from us. Hashtag results. What was this guy bluffing? He had pocket fives. Okay. So, not sure if he was value betting. Here with fives, with the fumps, just going to call. It's got a coffee delivery. Excellent stuff. Okay, pocket fives in position here. I think we just check back against small blind and hijack. Turn a straight draw. Still feel like we just want to check if check to. Shout out to Mohair77 for the follow. We can definitely get, we can deny equity, I guess. We can get some value from flush draws. Maybe there is some betting here. The problem is when we bet, like, we're literally just repping like ace four or pocket fours. Denying equity against the king would have been good, but you know, they can still have like queen jack, queen 10, jack 10. Like, we still win often enough when it checks around. That's what we're hoping for. And we do. Queen jack. Nice. Trulu55 on Twitch says, hey, good stream. Thank you. Appreciate that. I want to ask at Poker Tracker, these stats are for the hands you played with the opponent. So if you didn't play with him, it doesn't show you anything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if it's only hands I've played against that particular player. Yeah. Okay, we've got another chance to hit a set. So it's the third pair we've had in a row, and obviously that means that we're going to hit a set now. We're more likely to hit a set. Gambler's fallacy. If you want to look that up, guys, believing that, you know, because something hasn't happened, that it's more likely to happen in the next time it happens. Adijo, Spo, hi all, and good luck. Thank you for our fork's sake. Thanks for follow on Twitch. Good name, love it. Just gonna go for a check here with fives. Keep checking. Let's just drill the 5 of hearts on the river. Okay. Well, we're completely worthless hand now. So we could get some better hands to fold. 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, any 10. Queen high, jack high. I'm going to go for the small bet as if I've got a king. Whoa, it worked. Brilliant. Let's go for an open with ace queen. Shout out to Nike for me, for us. We get 3-bet. We're going to call. It's quite a big 3-bet. We have to go up here, though. I called pre, bet the turn, and now I'm going to jam the river and hope he doesn't have a flush. He's tanking. Is he slow rolling me with the flush? No, folds. Here we call the 3-bet with ace queen. And he bets half pot. I think I'm just going to go for a check call. I feel like his sizing was kind of very ace king heavy. Obviously, we would like to deny equity against that hand, but it's only a jack. We're really, well, I guess a jack and a king. So I'm just going to go for a check call. And there's the jack. That's pretty rubbish. He has a lot of strong hands now. 10s, queens, jacks, ace king. This is a really grim spot. He should be going half pot here based on the SPR. He checks back. This is going weird. What do we get value from? If he has ace jack, maybe. I think we're just gonna go for a check. Rojoka on Twitch saying coffee, loving the stream, mate, keep it up, grinding in the background. Cool, good stuff. Thank you, appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Right, okay, so he doesn't bet ace jack like this, right? I don't think that's ever happening. He can definitely check back like a queen. Does he value bet king queen or ace queen here potentially? I feel we're probably too high up, but I'm really not loving life. You could just, just have ace king, right? Like we thought pre, but we do block that. We do block queens that could potentially check back this turn card. So we'll call and lose probably. Okay, here's kings. Nice hand. Up here with aces, I flatted the open, and we face the squeeze, and it's go time for us. Omaha King saying, dude, do you do song requests and down Jaegers? I'd win bounties like Feraldo. Not this time of the day. Okay, that's a good spot for us here. I need to fade the world though. Wow, I think we did. We faded the world and we're back up to 49 big blinds, back over starting stack, just like that. Easy game. We're approaching the bubble then in the bigger 22. I'm going to fold here, 7 away from the money. So the ace queen hand, like, yeah, wasn't thrilled. I just, yeah, if he ever value bets the same hand as us, ace queen, or maybe overvalue, well, no, maybe not even overvalues king queen, then, it's fine. Let's go to king jack suited here and go for the min open. So yeah, a bit early for Jaeger bombs and song requests. Oh, you nasty. What's the name? Wow, loads of comments coming through on chat, guys. Keep them coming. We get 3-bet here. That's a really big sizing, very indicative of like ace king. So I'm actually going to go for a fold. I think it's way too big. We have a nice hand to call 3-bets, but I think we're just in trouble a lot of the time. So that's why I folded. Okay, Rajoka's got 4 tables and is watching the stream. Brilliant. Oh, you nasty. So if you get pocket pair five times in a row, it's guaranteed quad flop. It's GTO. Okay. King fish sticks here with 9-3 suited. I think we can bet or check. He could potentially have more queen 6, queen 4, 6-4 than us though. Like he might check back 6-4 off, queen 6 off. Like, but to be fair, we're gonna limp those hands as well. Maybe not 6-4 off, and he might even ISO with that hand. I'm gonna go for a check call, and we can. Oh well, you can't even see this hand. Apologies, guys. Still a bit of a noob. If he bets now, okay. So now I'm going to bluff river, get him to fold better spades, and we don't get him to fold too much. It's just going to be like 10x of spades, jack x of spades, king x of spades, stuff like that. Maybe we don't even need to go that big to get that to happen. He's not folding a queen. I don't think he folds a 4 or a 6, so we'll just bet small here. And target 10 high, jack high, king high to fold. Kingfish Sticks. Hey Gareth, good luck. I'm a profitable mid-stakes player. I've gone through other training courses and think the next thing is one-on-one. Curious, how do your one-on-one sessions work? Will you go through Poker Tracker 4 database? Yeah, so with one-on-one sessions with me, tend to go through, we do a stats review. So, okay, well, you just have a 6. Well done. Nice hand. Yeah, we'll do a stats review to highlight any obvious leaks, weaknesses, and then we make a plan to fix them. I might direct you to certain parts of my course. So, for example, if you're not defending the big blind wide enough, then I direct you to the big blind defense module. If you're not c-betting the right kind of boards, your flop strategy needs some work, then I'm going to direct you to flop strategy in positions, a pre-flop raiser. So yeah, that's how it works. So we do leak finding, and then we can go through hand histories as well. But I'm very much like, I prefer to do like focused on specific spots that are really going to improve your win rate, rather than just doing like blind hand history reviews where you pick up a few leaks here and there. I'm more about like identifying the leaks and then making a plan to fix them. I think that's really, really important. For folks' sake, we have to go down here for the 5th pocket pair in a row. This is where apparently we're going to flop quads, according to the Twitch chat. I would love that to happen right now. Okay, well, we're going to struggle to flop quads now. This guy's jammed. Because we're going to fold. So we won't flop anything. So for folks' sake, say, new to the stream, enjoying it. Are your screen names deliberately feminine? Yeah. I don't know why I came up with OMG Ariana. When Party announced that you had to go in and change your screen name, I just went for that. There's no reason why I came up with that. And then Missy Gazelle was when I first started playing on PokerStars many, many years ago. I thought it was going to give me an edge if I looked like I was a female player. Don't know why. Not my finest hour. Okay. So Valve's book 88. What is BB? That's big blinds. What's going on here? Raise ISO to monster. Ooh. This is a big ISO, very big ISO, and then a jam. I cover this guy, but I don't cover this guy. I feel like we're going to run into it a lot. Just don't show me 8s and 9s, please. This is really close, I think. In fact, I'm going to mark it. Maybe the limper has a monster, and we're going to look like a genius. 8s and kings. Okay, well, we'll take it. Oh no, not that flop though. Don't do it. But yeah, I think this is going to look strong. I mean, not just saying that. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but when it goes 5.85x and this guy then jams over that, like he has a value hand, and it's unlikely to. It could be 9s, I suppose. 9s, 8s, stuff like that. So then Adijo Spo, some of those commands are not in Nightbot, like Twitter and Discord. The twitter.com/MTT Poker School. The Discord is reserved for Game Changer members and for private students. So if you want to join the Discord, you're going to have to sign up for MTT Game Changer or sign up for private coaching. Let's go to King Queen off here. If this guy jams, gonna call 3 of 25. Okay, so he's gone for the limp. I think this is just a jam. I think if I had King Queen suited, I'd just go for a check versus a limp. But I'm gonna go for a jam here. Okay, nice. I mean, fair enough. Let's just hit a king or a queen. Ooh, 9, king, queen. There's the 9. Wow, we are running well in this 22 deep stack. That is for sure. We are on the bubble. 64 left, 62 paid in the bigger 22. Shout out to Stebsy for the follow on Twitch. I realised the coffee got delivered, but I hadn't actually drunk any of it. So let's have a sip of that. Wolf939393, thanks for following Twitch as well. I think I missed that one. Crack Roaches, thanks for the follow. Shout out to you guys. I'm not sure. So last week we had 1,515 followers, something like that, and I said, let's try and hit 1,600 by the end of today's stream. And then I said, okay, well let's that's too small a goal. Let's go for 2,000. That was massively optimistic and maybe unrealistic as well. So shout out to Jupthol, that's how you say it, for the follow. We ended up with 1,615 maybe, so I think we got like 100, 105, something like that, followers in the day. So maybe we'll try and get to 1,700 today. That's the goal. I don't know what we're currently on. We are on, well, we're on 1,675. Actually, no, we must have started, because I did a study stream the other day, and we got like 30 or 40 new followers from that. So, oh, crikey. This just feels like a great spot to jam, but I feel like this is just too strong a lot of the time, so I'm going to fold. Against two aggressive players, I mean, that's not a thing. Don't do that, guys. Don't flat the 3-bet out of position, or cold call the 3-bet out of position, sorry. What was I saying? I don't even remember. Oh, yeah, so we got like 30 or 40 new followers from the study stream. Shout out to Big Dan 0776. So, yeah, we probably started the day on 1,640, something like that. So, let's go for 1,750 followers by the end of today's stream, guys. That's our target. 181 of you watching on Twitch. Shout out to you guys. Really appreciate that. Absolutely brilliant. Also have people watching on the YouTube. As I always say, the numbers are very different. 29 watching on YouTube and 181 on Twitch. That puts us over 200 viewers. So shout out to you guys. Feels like a magic number, 200. Let's see if we can get over 200 just on Twitch. Here I checked with ace-10 and just going to be giving up. Eight-3 off, going to be a fold. So 3 of 22, 12 paid. We're on the direct bubble now. This guy's all in, actually. So let's see. The lowest is 398. So this guy could bust and it could be the end of the bubble. It's not. He's got the best hand. Somebody might have busted on another table. Nope, still 63 remaining. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, what's going on here? This guy's jammed over a limp. This guy looks like a fun player. Wow, he's jammed with the ace-10. He could bubble the tournament. He could bubble it. He has bubbled it. Wow, this guy just like gives no trying to make this a swear-free stream. No cares given, shall we say. It wasn't even his stats we were looking at. That's a good observation. But yeah, that's it's not a thing to limp call 15 bigs there, so let's mark him as a fun player. What's going on with the chat then? Would you ISO with 8s for that size though? Probably not. No, I think it's way too big. Let's go to 10-6 off. Just going for a limp and face a jam, so we're going to fold. Oreda. I really like limping behind there sometimes, or 4xing the ISO. Wow, that was... Look at that. I've not seen this before. This is the first time using the Aurora theme. We're in the money. Let's change the... Wow, this is... Did that just move? I did. Brilliant. Okay, we are in the money now. Shout out to Ohar Radar for the follow on Twitch. I really like limping behind there, sometimes a 4x ISO. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think 3.5 would be better than 5.85. That just seems way too big. Well, we're going to be on break now. Cool. Okay. So I think I'm up to date with all of the chat. Sean on YouTube, how did you win that? You only had 88% equity. I know, right? If you followed the stream last week, we lost some important flips, shall we say, deep in tournaments. Today, we're going to go better than that. So we're in the money in the bigger 22. We're going to win this one, and we're going to win all the other tournaments we've got as well. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, we are back. King 5 off here. It's kind of a loose-ish open, but I'm going to go for it. Punished straight away. Easy fold versus the jam. If you're new to the stream, welcome, guys. Welcome to the MTT Poker School stream. My name is Gareth James. I am the head coach and founder of MTT Poker School, streaming some Sunday tournaments for your viewing pleasure and hopefully some educational pleasure, if that's not an oxymoron. Yeah, we're going to see what we can do today and hopefully win some tournaments. So we are 35 of 59 in the bigger 22. 44 bounty builder. We have just over starting stack. We got really short, then got aces in against ace king and ace queen, which is lovely, and held, which is even more lovely. Here in the hotter 55, we have just over starting stack as well, but no bounties. Bigger 22, we're just going to go for a min raise here and turn the webcam back on. And we also have the 33 bounty hunter, but we are short in that one, 71 to 72. So yeah, kind of a mixed bag, I would say right now. We take this one down though with Jack 10 off. That's nice. Jack 2 off going to fold. King 5 off going to fold. Ed on YouTube saying, old people on YouTube, guys, young guns on Twitch. That's let's see if that's actually true. If you're watching on Twitch, just type your age into the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, type your age into the chat. Let's see if it's actually true. See what the average age is on YouTube and what's the difference on Twitch. Lely. No, Lely. Maybe. Don't make me move to Twitch, Gareth. Okay, I won't. Here because we have a chance to win a bounty. We're going to go for the rejam. This is a rejam, guys, because a jam's already occurred. Let's have a look. Jordan on Twitch saying, why not flat the 3-bet out of position? What if you had 9s or 10s and want to see a flop? Just curious. I can't remember the hand now. Was it the King Jack suited where he made a really big 3-bet? Like, I think it's a perfectly fine hand to do that. That's an unfortunate flop. 2? Not a jack. Come on now. Up here we have top pair and I'm just going to go for a check call. That's not a very good turn. Reasonable for our range though, so he might not go for it. Up here we've been 3-bet by the same guy twice in a row. That's not ideal. Here now I'm not sure we get to value bet, so I'm going to go check and hopefully he has like queen jack or something. I don't think you can value bet worse, like King Jack or something like that. But you can definitely have an ace here. You could have some bluffs as well. We're gonna have some ace X. We're gonna have a flush. We're gonna have a straight. I'm just gonna fold here. Like, I think it probably is a reasonable spot to go for a call. We're gonna have like King 7 off with a spade, but like, why would he check us flush on the turn? Not 100% sure. On that one, just going to fold, knit it up. We got the boots in the bigger 22. Going to go for a min raise. Hope this guy 3-bets again. That'd be amazing. Okay, of course he doesn't. Wow, it's not even going to be a legit all-in, is it? This is interesting. It's not the end of the world though, like inviting this guy along when you have aces. That's a good flop for aces. Having said that, it's very tough to get called to get paid now. We'll go for the check. I think we'll just be checking turn as well. Shout out to Gang ST for the follow. I think I missed a few follows Demetrio85, thanks for the follow. LFVGR27, thanks for the follow. Jusac, thanks for the follow. Geronimo, thanks for the follow. Craftmaster17, thanks for the follow. Okay, this guy has gone for the bet. We just call. Jack of diamonds. I mean, the thing is, if he has a flush, we're just going to bust anyway. Like, it's not like we check raise and he folds the flush, right? Okay, he checks back the turn. We have pot back. If he has, I'd love to see him bluff here, right? Do they bluff enough for us to want to check? I raise pre called. Yeah. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to check. Like, I feel like we block too many of his value hands to be able to value bet the river. If that makes sense. He has pocket tens. I mean, how he doesn't get that in pre, I have no idea. Like, it's not like we're on the final table. So that is unfortunate, I would say. Picum, thanks for the follow. He with ace queen suited. This guy's weak. This guy's weak. Probably just gonna jam this guy. Let's see this guy's raised first in from EP. We just make so much money when everybody folds, right? So we're gonna go for it and hope not to run into it. Okay, well, looks like we've run into it. What? What's going on here? Queen. Oh, diamonds. Okay, not today. That's pretty unfortunate. I think fantastic spot for us in that tournament, but never mind. Going to check back here with King 10 off, approaching the bubble. That is an unfortunate way to bust. I don't think we get to fold King High here. Yeah, so like when everybody folds there, we win 8-9 big blinds, absolutely massive. Just going to fold now though. And here with nines, I'm just going to rip, I think. We just ran into it, right? So it's a cooler, like not much we can do. We almost got there against ace king. And the guy overcalls with ace 4. I mean, what a fantastic situation for us. Here we're at nines against jack 3. It's a good flop. Great turn. Fantastic river. Back up, what, to starting stack maybe? No, not even back to starting stack. So, unfortunate way to bust the bigger 22. But that does mean we have an opportunity to play some more tournaments. So the Bounty Builder 22 starts in 20 minutes. And I think there's a 55 Bounty Hunter that starts now, 12 o'clock. There's a Deep Stack 33 actually as well. Maybe we'll play that. Yeah, let's play that. Play some. We've got a lot of PKOs, so it'd be good to play some vanillas as well. I don't know what tournament you guys can see. Okay, this ace deuce where I just completed. Okay, well, so you guys will just put your ages in. So YouTube definitely looks, I mean, we've got some late 30s and then at very early 20s. Twitch seems, we've got 23, 7, 50, 48, 64, 46, 42, 36, 38, 500. Wow, shout out to you. 78, 38, 63. Now I just don't know if you guys are pulling my ding dong with some of those ages. So one of you said you're 7 and one of you said you're 8. That's interesting. Shout out to One Stamps 101 for the follow. Now well, where is it? Oh, okay. I was like, I just registered a 33 and it hasn't popped up, but it had just over the top of the 22. I'm going to check fold here with ace 8. Hold a 55. What's happened here? Well, we have 8.08 big blinds and pocket eights. It's a good sign. We're all in. That's not a good sign, though. That's a really bad flop for our hand. Okay, well, we bust the HODA 55. We're not going to re-enter too late for that. So we're going to have to find another tournament. Let's play the 55 Bounty Hunter then on Party. Wow. So Party does this really frustrating thing. You click on the tournament you want to register, and by the time you've gone down to click register, it's moved down to the next tournament, maybe because that tournament had already ended or something. It's like, how is that possible? Just seems like, so I almost misclicked register a different tournament, but we are in to the 55. Here with ace queen, I think if we 3-bet, like there aren't too many hands that are this close to the bubble that we want to 3-bet get it in with. So I don't think we could maybe bluff this hand. I think that would be reasonable, but we need to be aware of that on the bubble. Okay, not bored. I think this guy's going to bet too often. Obviously he does. I think because he covers us and we don't have a spade, I'm actually going to make a really nitty fold here. You know, the problem is we can definitely be ahead a lot, but we're really just not thrilled. And I don't think he should be betting that often. And I mean, that means that I then don't think he's going to be finding enough bluffs. So it seems like quite tight, but with no spade, it probably is too tight. But we're 3 away from the money. I think just preserving the chips there is better in that exact spot. Chest hole, that guy limps ace king. No, yeah, he min raised, and the other guy called, and then another guy called, I think, and then we squeeze jammed and ran into it. So cooler city. So 6 of 15 here, 12 paid. Bounty builder 44, nothing really going on, just over starting stack. 33 deep stack, we just registered. 55 bounty hunter, 20 of 43. We just registered that as well, just under starting stack. And bounty hunter 33, we registered this about 45 minutes ago, I want to say. And here, pretty dry ace-x board. I'm going to go for a bet. Get it through. Pocket sixes, going to open again. So 6 of 14 in the 22 deep stack, 12 paid, so 2 away now from the money. Chris J. Knox saying, I'm on PokerStars and don't see these same tourneys. Is it because I'm in PA? Is that Pennsylvania? I guess so. Great board for us. Going to go for a bet as a bluff. He should be folding ace highs here, but many players do not know that. You know, just draw into a gut shot. That's a bad turn card. So queen gets there, lots of 2 pairs. He now leads. Like, I love this. Well played, my man. Really good. Love it. Love to see it. Yeah. So you guys are watching from Pennsylvania. That's awesome. On the bubble here, 8 of 14. Oh, 10s gets there. Boom. Unreal. Still 14 left, I believe. We are now 8th. Yeah, I guess there's, not the same tournament. So this is PokerStars What is it? Pokerstars.uk, pokerstars.com, Europe facing, but then you can play in Canada and Costa Rica and other places as well. Like, you know, not just Europe. Jack Desdr on Twitch saying, how much is your bankroll and how many tourneys are you playing per day or week? So I won't give you an exact figure, but it's somewhere between 10,000 and 100,000. Okay, pocket tens here. And how many tourneys do you play during? So at the moment, I'm really concentrating on MTT Poker School. Here with tens, I'm just going to go for a call because again, we're on the bubble. It's not a great situation. I don't think we want to 3-bet. Call it off. Shout out to Chris J. Knox for the follow. So I'm really concentrating on MTT Poker School. So at the moment, I'm only playing 1 day a week, which is today. Ordinarily, I play 3 or 4 days a week, and play between 300, 500 tournaments in a month. But at the moment, it is literally just on a Sunday. So not playing much volume at all. I mean, at the moment, I'm only playing 5 tables, right? So really not that much at all. Okay, he goes for a bet, pretty big bet here. This is a really grim spot on the bubble. I'm going to call. Would have loved to have seen a 10 there. Here, a check called the flop. Now he goes for a small sizing on the turn, which I think is quite good. And we're just going to check jam and hope not to have run into it. We'll stay on this one because we're all in. Shout out to RJ School for the follow. Okay, he folds there. Pocket tens, he's made it life really easy for us here. We just go for the call on the bubble, and pretty unfortunate, I would say, that he gets there on the turn, but it is what it is. But thankfully, he didn't bet big and really put us to the test, right? But I mean, maybe we fold too much. King 10 here on the bubble, just going to be a fold. Got 3 big stacks on the button, small blind and big blind. And try and get the right table. Pocket sevens here. Versus 3x. Going to call sevens. Okay, so we can definitely deny equity by betting here. I think we should. We can get value as well from some hands. Okay, well, wasn't expecting 2 calls and then a check raise. That seems pretty grim. I'm just gonna fold now. Like when you bet 2 calls and this guy raises, like he's range is pretty strong at that point, I would say. Okay, let's go over to ace 4. This guy ISOs. We have a pretty easy call, I think. And we'll check call on this flop. Okay, just take a little bit of time. Don't want to snap call. Okay, improved to a gut shot as well, so we have an easy call again on the turn. Okay, checks back. I think we go for a check and a check call again on the river. Probably doesn't bluff enough though. Bodgley, thanks for the follow. Yeah, snap checks back. He had 9-3 off. Wow. I think it's a good raise pre. I think he he turned some showdown value, right? But I think it's very unlikely that he wins, so I think he probably needs to turn his hand into a bluff at some point. Madman2166. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, but a lot of family of mine live in PA. Shout out to anyone Pennsylvania, and shout out to you guys watching from the States. If you just joined the stream, hello, welcome. MTT Poker School is the channel. We're 9 of 14, $22 deep stack, 44 bounty builder. We're 206 of 306, 33 deep stack. We just regged, I think. I'm not sure how we are suddenly down in 17 of 21, but we are. 55 bounty hunter, we just regged. We've got the butchers here, so we'll play those. We'll come back to that in a minute. We've got a 33 bounty hunter as well, where we're 82 of 85, so not doing too well in that one. Here we're going to go like 9.1. No, maybe that's too much. 8.8. Roger, thoughts on jamming the 10s? Zoe is going to be opening a lot. Seems like a good spot to steal. Yeah, I actually think in hindsight, jamming there with 10s would have been quite good. I can see that. Yeah, I think jamming is then better than 3-betting. Here we're going to go for, I'm just going to jam because it's the bubble and he needs to have a pretty strong hand to call here. So hopefully he doesn't wake up or make a really bad call. That would be the two bad things that could potentially happen here. Shout out to High Kakao for the follow. So here we squeeze with kings and we flop top set. So I feel like it's tough to get value from too much, but we'll go for the bet. And I think I'm going to check back turn because we just block too much. I would, like, he doesn't have too many offsuit hands here in order to call pre. If he doesn't have ace queen. And now we're just going to go for a value bet. And he ends up having queen 9, like that's, I mean, fold pre. Okay, here we're gonna get greedy sizing with full house. It's not a call pre. On the flop, it's probably a fold even versus the small bet out of position, and then he just absolutely drills the world. Like, okay. And you know, some of you are gonna say, yeah, but you let him get there. You let him get there. But yeah, I mean, it's just not one of those spots. So not gonna worry too much about that. Let's just see if we can bring it in here. Yeah, just a fold pre. On the turn, like he doesn't have too many one spade hands that we can get value from, right? He should have a lot more suited hands than offsuit hands. So I think this is, you know, we block a lot of king X. He doesn't have like queen jack with a spade or whatever to call. Like, I guess he could have like ace jack off with a spade. That seems to be the only one really we get value from. So I think we just check and give him a chance to like catch up or hopefully not overtake us. But then, yeah, he just drills the world. And unfortunately, we lose. But there's not much we can do. He's got 4 outs from the turn. I'm gonna go for a check here. Let's have a look. Okay, this guy's gone for a pretty big bet. We're gonna call. I'd like to have clubs or hearts just so that I can improve on some turns, whereas now it just feels like a pretty lousy situation. Shout out to Lucky Hustle for the follow. So this guy bet 5 bigs into 2 players. If he continues now, like, we can definitely have some stronger ace-x hands to call. I don't know what he's going to find a bluff with here. So just going to fold. Here with ace-king suited in the 44, just going to go for a jam. He calls it queen 10 suited, just seems okay-ish with the bounty. And we hold, so up to 11k in that one. Still no bounties though. Trying to see if there's any comments. Benjamin, what did I miss? Are you in the money in any yet? Nope. We cashed the bigger 22, ran ace queen suited into ace king to bust. And we on this 22 deep stack, we're 8 of 14 with 12 paid. And yeah, I guess we'll stay with this one. Queen 9 off, see if we play this. Seems to be some chat about VPNing on Twitch. Definitely wouldn't recommend it. I know that players do, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at all. But you know, you take your own risk. You do you, I suppose. Versus the jam here, we just have a very easy fold. Madman2166 saying, you have a good many watching from the USA and it's early, 7:30 a.m. So that's why a lot in the 30s and 40s are watching. Okay, cool. Yeah, so all the young'uns are still in bed, right? Let's do an update then, just in case you've just joined the stream. We're 8 of 14 with 12 paid. E in this deep stack, we are 135 of 280 in the bounty builder 44. No bounties yet. We're in the 13 of 23 in the 33 deep stack. We just registered, so just have over starting stack. 55 bounty hunter. We just lost a monster with top set versus a straight. We're going to be getting it in here with 10s, I think. And we are 83 of 87 in the 33 bounty hunter. Again, not doing very well. So let's go to 10s. We are going to see what happens before we commit to saying what the strategy is going to look like. So you see a raise and a 3-bet. I think 10s is just good enough to get it in here. Yeah, it's kind of it, really. And whatever he's like making a light 3-bet with, he's going to call now because to win the bounty. Again, that's really unfortunate. Run into it. Oh, hearts 10, heart 10. Nope. Okay, out of the 55. 22, I just opened Queen Jack suited and got jammed on. I mean, it's the bubble, but I don't think we get to fold. Like, we could just open rip Queen Jack suited there to avoid that situation. Yeah. Like, I know we're going to get jammed on fairly frequently, but we also have a pretty reasonable hand if the guy decides to flat. Christian Knox, wow, that Queen 9 was ridiculous. Juiced or used saying, why check the turn behind with the draw heavy board? Simply because it was a squeezed pot and he doesn't have many spade hands, right? So like, what does he actually have to be able to call? It's not many hands. And we actually, we block what we want him to have, which is a king, like king, queen suited, king, jack suited, king 10 suited, stuff like that. So it's not like a monotone board is in that situation is not actually that draw heavy. You will also miss value from every ace spades. Okay, so you are correct, but how many ace X with one spade hands does he have, right, with the ace of spades that calls a squeeze, right? It's not many. Ace jack is probably ace queen, I guess. Ace jack is dicey to begin with. So yeah, I just don't think we actually do miss value in that spot. Very, very different situation if it was like raise and big blind called. We just get a ton of hands to call. Squeeze in here with aces. I would say this is one of the more favorable flops for our hand. We just have the board completely crushed. Like, I think we're expected to see bet here quite frequently, though. That's the only problem. But maybe we would check with kings, queens, jacks, something like that. Wow. Okay. Shout out to Sprocket 501. I think I've missed some follows here. Blind Guy 789. Thanks for the follow. And I love pizza with cheese. I will just continue to check. I think I'm going to check again. Like, I don't expect him to bluff too frequently, but if he does have diamonds, then and it hasn't improved, then great. I think it's just going to go check a lot here. But we just block again, like block a lot of the hands we want to get value from. But I think if we check, we just at least we give him a chance to do something stupid with 10-7 of clubs. Whereas if we bet, he would have folded, right? That's a great situation for us in that hand. He should just fold pre, obviously. Ace queen off here, chance to win a bounty. This guy's just flatted. I'm going to jam. Lucky hustle. Did I get that? Eaple ahead. Thanks for follow, Jack. Well, that is unfortunate. I mean, they both have king 10. And there's a king and a 10 on the board. That's unfortunate. Here with queen 8 on the bubble, 9 of 14, 12 paid. Just have to fold. We're in the danger zone now. That is for sure. Because we're going through the blinds, we're probably like 11 or something. Let's have a look in the lobby. We're 12th. 12th of 14. Yikes. I love pizza with cheese. Isn't the bubble overrated unless you satellite it in? Absolutely not. Let me demonstrate why. Going to show you why it is definitely not overrated. Okay, so the payout, the difference between finishing 13th and finishing 12th is $59, right? The next time there's a pay jump that big is 4th to 3rd. So that pay jump is just absolutely massive, and you have to be, you have to think about that. So yeah, it's not a thing to not be like, look, you got to play solid on the bubble. King Deuce, I think we get called super light, so having a high card is good here in a bounty tournament. So yeah, it's definitely not overrated. Okay, we're at the bounty builder 44. Okay, we're down to 3 tournaments, so let's see what else there is to play. The bounty builder 22 just started, so let's play that one. Gonna fold it 3 there. Okay, bounty builder 22. Shout out to Felix, Texas for the follow. So really in danger zone, 10 of 14 with 12 paid, 9 big blinds now. I feel like we had a massive stack in this, and then suddenly we had 10s and lost a little pot, and then that was it really. I can't think of where all those chips went. Tilt 75 and Jim Salonika, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Bounty builder 22. We're going to go straight in for the raise with ace queen off. I guess we want to find another tournament. What started at 12:30? 22 bounty hunter, 10k guaranteed. Well, it seems like the biggest tournament that Party Poker do in terms of runners at that time. Needs 500 runners for... is that right? Yeah, 500 runners. I suppose it's their version of the Bounty Builder 22, right? And we did it, guys. 205 viewers on Twitch. Shout out to you guys for tuning in. If you haven't done so already, hit that follow button. Be notified whenever we go live again. I'm hoping to do 2 study streams this week, maybe Tuesday and Thursday. So definitely hit that follow button and you'll be notified when we go live. I'm aiming for like 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Tuesday and Thursday UK time. Here I'm just going to fold. Move on to the next hand. Okay, we were looking for another tournament to play. Let's play that 22 Bounty Hunter. Okay, so we got the 22 Bounty Hunter in here. Let's just make sure it looks beautiful. King 6, gonna go for a check. We'll check. Okay, this guy shoved for 5.5 bigs on the bubble and didn't get a call. So he's getting closer to us here. We have to fold 9-6 though now. We improved to straights, I guess. I mean, I just don't think anyone bluffs this spot. So let's try and get some value from trips or something. Valuable Sandwich on YouTube says, hey, this is my first time hopping into the stream. 7:35 a.m. over here, close to Pennsylvania, but one state south of it, West Virginia. Awesome stuff. Also, I'm 32 and watching on YouTube, so I think I qualify as an old guy. Yeah, tough to know, like, because in poker, like obviously in America, you need to be 21 to play, right? So that's got to be the lowest. So 32 is not that much older, and yet you can play up to like, you know, till you're dead. So you can be like 80, 90, 100 and still play. So I feel like 30 is still pretty young for poker players. Ed's on YouTube. You flopped a boat with ace-ace on ace-8-8 board. When you call the flop and it goes check on turn, you're deciding if you should bet or check river. Do you think he has more draws to bluff or you? He probably has more that missed because... That's a good question. Well, we're right on the stone bubble here. 6 big blinds, 11 of 13. They're going to fold. And they've got these two guys. We might even be in 13th place now. This guy's going to be in the big blind, though, now. So maybe we're in 12th of 13. So, like, he's going to have the floats from, like, the backdoor flush draw. Oh, wow, we're 13 of 13. That's not good news. Oh, man. I would have jammed, obviously, if it folded to us, but... this guy's opened. We have an easy fold now. He's got like the front door flush draws, back door flush draws, I think was possible on that board, right? Hi Kako saying excellent stuff, many thanks. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Pippo, Valdix and Hodjo6 for the follow. So yeah, he's got the flush front door and back door, right? So we gave him a chance to bluff those hands. We're going to fold Jack 4 off. This guy's got fewer chips than us, and that will continue to happen until we go through the blinds again. Hopefully we'll find a hand. Shout to Macheki, maybe that's your name. Hopefully I've not butchered that. Excuse me. Shout to CD Wildy for the follow. Madman2166, thanks for the follow. Well, this is going to be an interesting spot. Some bubble play. Let's see if we can navigate the bubble successfully. So Ed asked on YouTube, should we jam that river to make it look polarized? Yeah, but we've got to try and think about what we're actually trying to get him to fold. Because a lot of his range is going to be like, we checked and he bet, right? So he has some ace-x. And then he checked back turn. So like, I'm not sure we can get an ace to fold, but we're trying to get, trying to get some absolute bluffs to fold where he could have just have king high and we have like queen jack suited or something like that. Up here we defend queen deuce off versus a button open. Sprocket 501. I've never seen this stream before. Are you new on Twitch? I am. I would like relatively new. I would say. Started streaming. Well, we streamed like as a group. There were 5 of us, and 3, maybe 4 of us streamed fairly regularly for a while in like 2017, 18. I want to say. And then we stopped completely. I did a few one-off streams, and but then loaded up the stream more regularly back in July, August time. Then took the whole of WCoop off, so like didn't stream in September. Maybe the last month in September I did stream, and then we've been streaming every Sunday since WCoop. So yeah, still the stream is definitely in its infancy, I would say, and we might be getting it in here on the bubble. So this guy's got to have a strong range for calling. It's a good guy to shove into, I think. And I think a suited king is pretty good here. With 12 of 13, it's not like we're, 8 of 13. I think we have to go for it. So yeah, let me know your thoughts on this hand, guys. Obviously, we're just hoping we don't run into it. I want these two players to fold, really. This guy still needs to have a reasonable hand, I guess. Okay, well, it looks like we ran into it, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Maybe we can get there. Let's see what he has first. Okay, well, we ran into it. That is really unfortunate. Whoa, hello. Let's see if we can hold. Wow. I mean, that... So unfortunate to run into it, but very, very fortunate to flop it. Wow. Oh, there you go. That was that's how to navigate the bubble, guys. Just get it in really bad and get there. Let's have a look here. I love pizza with cheese on Twitch saying, you called with 10-10 pre because you're around the bubble. Isn't it better to 3-bet even concerning the bubble? It's all about the top 3 spots, or am I missing something? It is about the top 3 spots, but as I mentioned earlier on, the difference between bubbling a tournament and that first min cash, that pay jump is bigger than it is between 4th and 3rd for this particular tournament. So it's pretty significant. I don't think it's, something that you want to like ignore. But I quite like just getting 10s in. I just going for a jam because that guy had a big stack. He's opening quite wide, and I think jamming is just going to make the most money. I think it was, I misplayed that hand. I think I should go for the more aggressive action in that spot for sure. Here with Jack 8 off, I'm going to fold versus this guy. So like, yeah, there's a like. You can definitely play aggressively like earlier on in the tournament, but on the bubble, like the pressure's the highest for, so far, then you have to, definitely don't ignore the fact that it's the bubble and there's a lot of ICM pressure. But I like, as I said, I like getting 10s in there. I think it'd be better to do that than to flat. Foldy211, thanks for the follow. Gadol Honis, thanks for the follow as well. Threes, if it folds to us, we will jam. Otherwise, we're just going to fold, I think. Up here, I raise ace 4, small blind flats, and I check back flop. He leads turn. We just have to call and snap bet. I mean, we don't block 10-9 suited, Jack 10, King 10. There's so many hands that we don't block. So I think we have to bluff catch here, but I'm not thrilled, like, because I don't think people bluff enough. Not to like, bet turn and bet river like snap bet, right? Queen 10 off and not a flat, I don't think, in a small blind versus 2.3x, but okay, nice hand. But yeah, you're going to get that a lot, right? You're going to get him just having it, but I think we have a really nice bluff catcher. I'm quite happy with the call. I love pizza with cheese saying, I mean jamming pre-flop instead of 3-betting with our stack size. Yeah, I think, we went through that. I think jamming is good. I like it, and it's probably what I should have done. So 10 to 13 and the 22 deep stack right on the bubble. We, the guy in 13th is the guy next to us having 2 bigs. Here with Queen Jack suited, just going to go for a jam. Expect to get called light. Hopefully we can win. Okay, we get snapped here. Okay, well, we might have run into it. Wow, I mean, running into it twice, fair enough. 9? Or a queen? Nope, not today. Okay, we're out of that one. Let's go up to this one, where we're going to check call. He bets small on the flop, dryish board. Okay, now we're just going to check. And give him a chance to bluff. They never bluff. No, I mean, we saw some spots earlier on where we picked off 2 river bluffs, which was nice. He's gone for this like really stupid sizing in position. This is not a thing. I don't even think it's a thing on this, just because it's the nature of this board. Like, we have all of our flushes to call. I'm going to call here because we don't have to be right that often. I just don't expect to be right that often. Okay, so he bets ace jack of clubs. Like, he should probably just check back, right? Like, we can have some hands that he's ahead of, like queen x or queen x of clubs, something like that. But yay, we actually caught a bluff, which is great. Here I raised pre, this guy called, and now he's bet flop for pot. We have an easy fold. Up here with 10-5, I check back. I think you can ISO here as well, but we're really deep, so do either thing. Shout out to Sprocket501 for subscribing. This guy bets, we're going to call. See what size he makes it here. Daniel Reese on YouTube, great question here. It says, do you always play the off-peak schedule on a Sunday due to time constraints or the lower field sizes on stars reducing variance? Let's just play this. That's not great, river. Yeah, I decided, I saw that there weren't many streamers playing this schedule. They tend to start around now, so like 1-2 o'clock in the UK, maybe even later. So I thought there was a pretty big gap in the market that I could fill. And so yeah, that's why I decided to play the off-peak schedule. We are in the money, guys, in the deep stack 22. This guy's squeezed in with 1.6 bigs. So shout out to us. We got lucky and managed to finish in the money. We'll see where we finish. But I, after Scoop this year, I just decided to, wow, how did nobody call? I don't understand how this guy folded. After Scoop, I decided to switch my schedule completely so that I would be getting up and going to bed at the same time. During Scoop, it's just all over the place. So I thought, okay, I can play the off-peak schedule. We're not going to fold here. See if we can win. That's a good flop. It's a great turn. And a super river. Okay, we add a few chips to our stack as we approach the final table. 9, still 9th of 11. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I just decided to switch the schedule and play off peak. And then more recently, I've just been concentrating on MTT Poker School, so not playing a massive amount of volume. So actually only playing on a Sunday at the moment. Okay, here we're going to go for a 3-bet. Up here with ace queen suited versus a 4 big blind jam. This is to be, you know, I don't think I need to say anything here really. We'll get it in. We're up against ace jack. That's a great start. That's a really bad second bit. Queen? Nope. Okay, that's very unfortunate. Okay. Here we open with ace-5 suited. I'm just going to go for a bet. We block some of his back doors. He can still have like king 10 or fold. Yeah, a lot of 9x and stuff. We can still get value from, I guess, 10-8 and 10-9 that calls. Okay, so we got unlucky. Ace queen against ace jack there. Now we have king jack under the gun. I think we get the jam. Here with ace-3, defended the big blind. Going to check call with the straight draw. Okay, we run into ace-queen up here. We're going to need diamonds or a king. We need a king. Okay, we're out of that one. Down here, I called a 3-bet out of position with pocket queens. I'm now going to go for a check raise. Here, I drill the straight on the river. Going to go for a bet now. He calls. Okay, so pretty unfortunate runs, I would say, at the moment. I would say that when it matters, the deep stages of tournaments. We're not running particularly well, but you can't control that, so there's no point worrying about it. We're just gonna keep firing. We've got 3 tournaments here. We're gonna go for a squeeze here, I think. Depends what this guy does. I mean, we got incredibly lucky, didn't we, with King 10 versus Ace King? So let's not forget that, right? Squeezing here with pocket 10s. Then I'll call if this guy jams. If this guy jams, probably still cool. I love pizza with cheese. So if the min cash is smaller, you're less concerned. Yeah, I mean, if like in a bounty tournament, the min cash is worth a lot less, so we should be less concerned there. This guy cold called a 3-bet, which I know we're deep, but I don't think we'll see that very often. Yeah, not much we can do here. Shout out to Cholo Taco for the follow on Twitch, and Vorter4 as well. I think I missed that follow. And hopefully here, like he has like 9s, 7, 6s, we just win at showdown. Tom Song, thanks for the follow. And he pots it. Okay, well, nice hand. Well done for flatting pre. You win. Okay, so we've got 3 tables. Bounty Builder 22, 33 deep stack, 22 bounty hunter. Nothing really happening in any of these yet, I would say. I mean, the 33 deep stack with 5 of 22, but late reg is still open. We're almost up to a break, so I think I'll wait until then to register some more tournaments. We're going to play the bigger 55, and we'll see what else there is to play as well. This guy looks like quite a fun player. He's going to get the fun player tag. Daniel Reese on YouTube, appreciate the content you're putting out, by the way. Thank you, really appreciate that. Okay, what's going on here? So we ISO, got call, and then this guy finds us raise. It's like, okay. I don't want to put this many chips in, so I'm just going to fold. Fine. Chest hole. I used to wake up at 2 a.m. to play against tired people. Should have woken up at 8 p.m. to play against drunk people. Absolutely. And yeah, so 1 minute to go until the break, and then I'll fire up a couple more tournaments. We've got 3 at the moment. Bounty Builder 22, Deep Stack 33, and the 22 Bounty Hunter. So as I said, we'll play the bigger 55. And ooh, half price Sunday kickoff. Starts in 6 minutes. Here we face a squeeze. You have a really easy fold. You guys can't see that. We folded here. Ace 9 off. Ace 5 suited, and I think we can raise or we can 3-bet or flat. I'm going to go for call. He covers us, so more incentive for him to continue when the pot's bigger relative to the stack. Daniel Reese on YouTube, thanks for the answer. Good luck for today. Thank you. You too if you're playing. Face a pot bet. Nice hand. Move on to the next one. Okay, that's going to be the break, guys. Before I go, just want to tell you, if you're interested in some interactive webinars and joining my coaching program, then head over to mttpokerschool.com/game changer right now for more information. Several tiers. You can sign up for Game Changer. That gets you access to 4 interactive coaching webinars every single month and a private Discord server. And then you've got Game Changer Plus, which gives you access to all of the course content. And then you've got Game Changer Advanced, which gets you private coaching as well. So you get pretty much everything there is to get from MTT Poker School. So you get access to the course, you get access to the live weekly webinars, you get access to the private Discord server, you get access to your own dedicated Discord server, and then you get 4 coaching calls every single month. So If you're looking for coaching, then definitely check out mttpokerschool.com/game changer right now. And if you have any questions about that, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, back for more. Let's register some more tournaments. So bigger 55. I'm going to play that. Okay, there it is. So we have the bigger 55. We've got the Bounty Builder 22, 33 Deep Stack, and 22 Bounty Hunter. And my computer sounds like it's about to take off. Let's see if there's anything else to play. Hotter 1650, late reg, bigger 27 just started. What is there to play on party? Nothing. Okay, great. Okay, so we'll stick with these four for the time being. We'll play the bigger 27. Might play the classic 27. We can raise or check back here. So we'll play, yeah, there's a couple of 27s to play, and yeah, I mean, having no heart there is probably fine to fold. Yeah, that's pretty much it at the moment. So we'll play these four, maybe add some more as we go. There are some tournaments left to play, but they're vanillas, so we can we can late reg in a bit. Bigger 55 then, pocket kings. Let's see what we do with this one. Q Tunneler saying and suggesting maybe post a link would get more hits, so let's do that. Pocket kings here. Going to bet. So yeah, I posted a link, guys, to Game Changer. So if you're interested in finding out more about it, then definitely check it out on the link I just posted in the chat. And I guess I should post one on YouTube as well. Okay, take it down there. Up here, decided to flat 8-7 suited. You know, got to be a little bit careful about flatting here because this guy can jam. Here we have a draw. Shouldn't often fold draws in position versus the c-bet. That's not a very good card. He now checks, so bet the king high board. I think we check and bluff river. Seems reasonable. So we can value bet a king like this, no problem at all. And we have the worst possible hand we could possibly have in this spot, so I think we have to bluff it. We'll stay on this, see what he decides to do. Okay, he calls with a 10. Okay. Here we raise and get 3-bet. I'm just going to jam. I think you can flat too. But I think he's going to call it off wider because it's a bounty tournament. So let's see what we've run into. Okay, ace king. That's a good flop. It's a great turn. And we managed to double up there, which is fortunate. Pocket ace is down here. We're raising. Not not sure about that call with ace 10. Maybe he just thinks we you know, not really repping anything at all. So maybe it's okay. Okay, king high board. Going to go for a bet here. With aces, we don't have a diamond, so lots of hands can call us. Like we don't block a king, we don't block diamonds, stuff like that. Shout to F Dola. I think I missed a few follows, so we'll talk about those in a minute. I don't think the 6 should help anybody. This guy can float some 6x, but like we block a6 of hearts, and yeah. So I feel like we should just try and get max value now. Not sure this is big enough. 35. Yeah, we maybe should have gone a little bit bigger here on the turn. We're really just trying to, you know, we see what the river is. We're still getting a ton of value, obviously. This guy now raises. It's not a great situation. That's a pretty terrible river card. So I would probably not put more money into this pot, having bet twice. We're still ahead of King Queen. I'm not sure that this guy gets to bet King Queen on this river, because this guy can just have a lot of flushes and has the most 6x. So hopefully this guy doesn't bet. If he does bet, he probably, like, the worst thing we want is for him to value bet King Queen and then we end up folding, because that would be rubbish. But I think he just mainly has a flush here. I guess he could have a boat as well. He can't value bet a king. It's really bad. Okay, this guy ends up having the flush. Just supposed to lose that one. That's just the way it is. He has top pair and a flush draw. Like, he's never supposed to fold on any street. So nice hand him. Okay, old boy on Twitch saying, hey Gareth, great stream as always. I'm normally a cash player but want to move into tourneys. Would you recommend sit and goes as a good place to start before making the move? Yeah, I think sit and goes really, really good. You get to, if you're playing one table sit and goes rather than multi-table sit and goes, then you get to essentially play final table straight away, even though there's only 3 paid and, you know, there's 9 left or whatever. But yeah, I think sit and goes are great for practicing, you know, push fold and ICM and stuff like that. So definitely recommend that. If you play multi-table sit and goes as well, I think it's a really good training ground for practicing lots of different spots, you know, different stack sizes and different stages of the tournament. So I'm going to fold 8-3 off here. So yeah, definitely good. Mesh 1010, thanks for the follow. F Dollar, I think I shouted you out, but have another shout out. Shawnee Pud, thanks for the follow. Zadig1372, thanks for the follow. Dave Langer7, thanks for the follow. GG84, thanks for the follow. And Storis Sushis, thanks for the follow. I think I've got everybody now. Lou94, will there be tournaments you will play in the Battle of Malta? I haven't seen the schedule yet, so I'm not 100% sure what it looks like. Turns in against Ace Queen here. Ace Queen are gonna win this time. Poker Gods decided that Ace Queen was going to win this time. Okay, easy fold there. Let's go into pocket nines. We're going to open from under the gun. 2.3x off 40 bigs. Looks good to me. Okay, small blind calls. Big blind calls as well. We flop the best set. I feel like I say it's the best set because it doesn't block a lot of our opponent's continues, right? So sizing. I feel like we need to bet a little bit bigger. Queen 10's not going to fold, king queen, and then ace x and jack x we get a ton of value from. And now 2x we get to put like 60% on the turn. Not the greatest turn, I suppose. But ace x of spades doesn't fold, jack x of spades doesn't fold. And so we go 9. Let's have a look here. 1833. He has 19 behind. Seems reasonable. And yeah, jam for just less than 2/3 pot on the river. And yeah, I always got like monsters under the bed here. I'm like, but he's probably got a king queen. But there's lots of other hands to get value from, like 2 pairs. Or ace 7 off. Up here with king queen on a paired board, we go for a small sizing. We've obviously flopped the world. So we and now, I mean, we just block a lot of his continues. So I'm going to check back. Well, so hang on a minute. We've got kings here versus a jam. We're going to call against ace 10. See if we can hold. That's a good start. Great turn. Safe river. Let's go. Okay, here just going to go. I'm going to jam because I don't think he's going to fold a 6. If he has a king, we'd chop anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, maybe you're supposed to go smaller bet. Maybe he calls with a 6 more frequently and just gets a bit scared, potentially. Okay, so doing well in this 22. We won 2 flips already, blind versus blind. That's pretty much it. It's mad how, 2 hands when deep stack, or 2 hands, kind of played themselves, right? What do we have? Queens, no, jacks versus ace king for 60 bigs or 120 big blind pot. And then kings versus ace 10 for a 30 big blind or 60 big blind pot. So nothing really to say, I suppose. I feel like I'm quite low in this chair. And let's sit further forward. Jack 4 suited, going to fold. Okay, ace 10 off here versus a pretty big open from EP. Just going to fold. See if there's any more tournaments to play. So yeah, there's some that started at 1 o'clock, half price Sunday kickoff, bigger 27. We might play those. Kickoff's got a great guarantee, 100k guaranteed. I'm guessing late reg is super long. 2 hours and 45 minutes, and it's been going for 15 minutes already, so 3 hours. Yeah, we'll probably play that. It might be the last regs of the day. So the half price Sunday kickoff, the bigger 27. There's a classic 27 on party. Might play that. Sunday starter as well. Started over an hour ago. Let's see what stack size this is at. 50, 60 bigs. Looks like quite a nice structure on that one. Let's do it. Let's do a vote then. So do you guys want to see the 109 Sunday starter or the mini Sunday starter? I'm happy to play either. Let me know in the chat, and the one that gets the most votes. I don't know if I can do a poll on Twitch or not. I don't really know how to do it. I feel like there's a way to do it though. Ask your community questions and see the results directly in chat. Well, that sounds like something I want to do. Create a new poll. Which tournament do you want to see? So Sunday, $11 Sunday starter or 109 Sunday starter. And we're going to put a 2-minute duration on it, guys. So it's going to go in now. What I don't know with that is if it comes up like in real time or later. 33 deep stack here. I feel like this guy's going to be opening quite a lot, and I'm going to go for a 3-bet. I think it's going to look pretty strong. Like if I flat and then these two jam, like we're probably supposed to call it off. I think if we 3-bet, we're just definitely going to call it off, but it's priced in. We might even force them to fold some hands that they otherwise would have jammed, like some suited broadways, something like that. So I think it's a reasonable line. But yeah, I don't know about that poll, whether it's going to come through, how it comes through to you guys. Like whether, I started it and does it come through in 4 minutes time, basically. I have no idea. So I guess maybe we should, if I set it for 2 minutes, so if it starts and then you guys don't even know about it, then yeah, that's not going to be ideal, is it? Because you won't vote, so I might have to start a new one. But it's all a learning experience. It's going to continue to check King Queen here and just give up. Back to our Ace 10 offsuit hand then. So he calls. We're just going to go for a very small C bet here, probably like 20%, maybe even 15% pot. Oops. Okay, he calls. So without a heart in my hand, I think it's a good spot just to check back and give up. We could still be, I mean, he can float the flop with some like Jack 10 with a backdoor flush draw, or Ace 9 with a backdoor flush draw, Ace 8, something like that. So I think we make more money by checking than by betting. I don't expect to win very often here though. He ends 4s. Okay. So it's very easy, like in hindsight, to go, oh yeah, that's definitely one of the hands we could get to fold by bluffing turn or river. But we're not thinking in terms of exact hands, right? We're like, okay, I can definitely get 4s to fold. Like, range-wise, this guy's opening a lot. I feel like we can profitably 3-bet jam here. I think we win. Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't win often enough to check back. But I feel like because we bet so small on the flop, he can just have some ace highs with backdoor flush draws that we're still, still way ahead of. Okay, well we ran into it here. He had such a monster stack. Let's see if we can get there. We do not. We're out of the deep stack. Okay. So not sure if Jalford saying which has the biggest first place. That will be the 109, right? The 109's got the biggest first prize. Maru 100, thanks for the follow. I don't even know if you guys have seen the poll. Let me see. looks like you haven't. I just don't know if I'm supposed to click something so you guys can see it, or yeah. I love pizza with cheese saying play the softest one. Well, that's going to be the $11 then. Ace queen off here, going to probably play this one. Got like a flat here, although this guy jams, this guy could rejam. We probably then have to call it off. Playing more aggressively against this guy also seems quite nice because we get to make a pot that's bigger, so the SPR is lower, so we can stack off more frequently with one pair. Okay, so he's called, and I think I'm just gonna go for a bet. I don't expect him to play aggressively enough in this spot, so I think betting is good. We don't have a diamond in our hands, and I'm not 100% sure whether we can, triple this off now because we have more King X. Like, he has a lot of these kind of hands in this spot. So check back. I feel like at this point, like, he's very unlikely to believe us too much if we bluff. Like, and we'll just get heroed by, like, ace 8 or something like that. I'm going to fold. Up here with 3-bet ace king. This guy cold calls the 3-bet. You're going to get marked as a fun player now, I'm afraid, because that's not a thing. And we're going to get it in with ace king off now. Okay, let's hit an ace or a king and avoid hearts. That's very sad. Very, very sad. Lose to both players. Okay, we're out of that one. Well, at the moment, guys, the stream could be quite short. We've got 2 tournaments where we're doing all right. 30th of 312, 47 of 131. Solo Horatio 1 saying hello on Twitch. Hello. I guess we should just register some more tournaments. Maybe we play both the 11 and the 109. Looks like the poll didn't come through. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm supposed to do for you guys to be able to see it. So yeah, maybe it just ended before you guys knew about it. So the target today was 1,750 followers. We're up to 1,716. So shout out to you guys if you've hit that follow button. If you haven't, hit it now. Let's try and get to 1,750 by the end of today's stream. Okay, let's see what we're going to register. So I guess we should just flick in the 109 and the 11 Sunday starters, seeing as we don't even need to do the poll now because we're just going to play both of them. So there's the 11. And here's the 109. Let's just make sure it looks beautiful for you guys. Okay, we're back to 4 tables. We have the $11 mini Sunday starter. We have the 109 version, the 22 bounty hunter, and the bigger 55. Some nice tournaments, I would say. Here then, 70 soft. It's going to be fold. So Gelford has voted for the 109. Well, we managed to put both in because we busted 2 tournaments. So we've got some space for some more tournaments. Yeah. guess we can fold here. We're going to open up ace-8 off here, go for a min-raise with 2 shove stacks behind us. Up here, it was a limped pot, and then we turn the flush. I bet big, and I'm just going to continue to bet for value. He folds, okay. Ace-8 here, going to go for a small bet. We have middle pair and the flush draw. He just snap folds. Going to fold Jack-5 off. So if you just joined the stream, welcome. I did just go through this, but let's do it again. We've got the $11 money the Monday. $11 mini Sunday starter, 109 Sunday starter, a 22 bounty hunter on party, and the bigger 55. So yeah, considering the there's a lot more PKOs, I would say, than vanillas at the moment. We've got a 3-to-1 ratio, and the other tournaments I think I'm going to play today, bigger 27 and classic, 27 classic, are also vanillas, not bounties. Here we're going to open up 10-9 off with about 50 bigs in the 109. 9 deuce, going to fold. So yeah, 4 tables, no hands on them at the moment. I honestly don't know if I'd be able to stream with like 9 tables. I have considered it in terms of volume, in terms of having hands to talk about. You know, there would be very few moments like we just had where we didn't have a hand, right, and other hands were happening on other tables. So yeah, pocket 8s here. I think it's a pretty lousy spot, to be honest. From this spot, 20 bigs versus UTG. So I'm just going to go for a fold. Oh, Harder, why are you not re-entering the $22 bounty? It's pretty good value, to be honest. Great value, but I just have a rule where I'm not going to re-enter a bounty tournament after about half an hour of it starting. So it started at 12:30 and it's almost 1:30 now. Okay. Rick Blackdog saying the command doesn't work. I need to sort these commands out. And there's been a few today that I haven't put into Nightbot yet. How's today going? Don't know, really. I'm enjoying myself. I would say we've not really had many runs. I mean, we cashed a bigger 22. We cashed a 22 deep stack on party. But then just got cooled at the end. We got lucky in the 22 deep stack for sure. Got King 10 against Ace King on the bubble and won. So, you know, that was very, very lucky. Here, min bet, raise. We have a flush draw and a gut and a straight draw, but I'm just going to fold. We don't close the action. I think it's a lousy spot. So yeah, I would say, like, yep, having fun, you know, making sure we just, you know, keep registering, keep firing, and trying to make great decisions. Definitely made some mistakes today, I would say. Like, out of all of the streams I've done so far, I just feel like we've probably made more mistakes today than in other streams. I'm not sure why that is. I definitely took a bit of time to get used to this Aurora theme earlier today. So 8's here, very different from facing a 20 big blind open. He's now got 30 big, so we can flat or 3-bet. I'm going to flat this time. So that was down here with the pocket 8s. I love pizza with cheese. Ooh, okay. Fold. I Love Pizza with Cheese is saying, even at the mid-stakes, crazy weird things plays happen. I thought it was only in the micro-stakes. Absolutely not. Here then, on an ace-high board at this stack depth, we do get some big bet sizes on an ace-high board because you should just be jamming quite frequently. So we're going to do that. I think this is the biggest that we get to go. We're obviously not, if you check jams or check raises, we're not thrilled, but we would just get it in. But the bigger bet size on ace high board is really important. Okay, so Samusin Schwarzwasser, thanks for follow. Blow up the bankroll, thanks for follow. Tequila Bang Bang 88, thanks for the follow. Nude Van Brunschot on YouTube saying shouldn't. Not sure what that is in relation to. Seven deuce off, gonna fold. We've also got Jack 5 off up here. It's gonna be a pretty easy fold as well. Down and see this hand. Anything interesting happens. Looks like a lot of chips in the middle. This guy's now jamming over the top. Maybe a 3-bet pot where this guy's cold called maybe, or yeah. It's an unusual, this is very unusual. This guy is either donk bet into this guy who's squeezed, or this guy's cold called a 3-bet in position, which, you know, don't think it happens too often. Ace 7 off. We cover everybody. I'm going to go for a loosish open here. Okay, take it down. Going to let it go with 9-7 off. Ace 4 off here in the 109. Going to go for an open. Okay, now we're going to go for a fold. Queen 5 suited here. Not good enough to open. Just going to fold it. Again, no hands on any table, so not much to talk about, guys. If you guys have any questions, any thoughts, as my podcast co-host Dr. Trisha Cardner often says, any ever-present random thoughts, then just post them into Twitch or YouTube, depending on where you're watching. I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Evolution Retro Gaming on Twitch saying, good morning. Well, it's definitely afternoon, even if your clocks have gone back. Unless you're suddenly in a different part of the world and not still England, as I thought you were. But good morning, or good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. We've got 4 tournaments. We're playing the 11 Mini Sunday Starter. We're playing the 109 Sunday Starter. We're playing the 22 Bounty Hunter, and we're playing the bigger 55. We've had a couple of cashes today, bigger 22 and a 22 deep stack on party. And... but yeah, also busted quite a lot of tournaments. 22 Bounty Builder, that came and went. 44 PKO, that came and went. 33 PKO, came and went. Holler 27, came and went. Here I'm going to flat, I think, with kings against 25 big blind open. He looks like a fun player though, so maybe 3 bets better. Give these guys a chance to do something crazy though. Obviously, if they flat, hurts us a little bit, but it's okay. It's a fantastic flop. For our hand, top set, might mean that we struggle to get paid. This guy bets. I don't think we want to raise here, right? We just go for the call. Sure, like we give this guy a great price, but yeah, that's kind of what it is. Fine. This guy continues to bet. I think he's probably fairly strong. Really unthrilled to see a diamond, but I feel like raising just gets him to fold too frequently. It's a pretty good card, as long as he doesn't have Queen 10, obviously. So we'll see what he ends up with. Like, we could get cooled. He could get cooled. I mean, he could have jacks, 5s, something like that. So let's see. He has jacks, so he absolutely got cooled. We very fortunate there. Shout out to Pucks and Poker for the follow. So, ice hockey and cards. It's a good name. I like it. Ace 5 off. He's going to fold from the hijack. King 6 off. Just going to not sure. Check and check fold probably. This guy I think is a fun player. I mean he limped under the gun, so yeah. I'm just gonna fold. So Sean on YouTube. So early in MTT limp pot. I limp behind with ace 5 off on the button. Big blind raises small. Me and another guy call. Flop comes ace high. I check call. We get to the river and big blind has 9-9. Then he starts making fun of me. Okay, well, that's a problem for him, not for you, I would say. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you played the hand poorly, then, you know, look at that. But if he's making fun of you, like, you know, it's more of his problem, right? Because he clearly has an issue with, you know, losing. You know, if he feels like he's made the best play, then he's not going to berate you. So, yeah, don't sweat it. Nico on YouTube saying the big blind player is right. Why don't you isolate on the button? I mean, I don't think we should ever be making fun of players for misplaying hands, right? Like, you know, sometimes I will be somewhat sarcastic in describing someone's play as like, oh yes, very good flat cold call of a 3-bet out position. But I would never like, you know, I would never go into the chat and just be like, oh my God, you play so terrible. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's just, you shouldn't be doing that. I'd probably fold ace 5 off though, pre. If the way you've described the hand is the way it played out. I'm going to defend king queen off here. And probably check raise the flop. It's our best queen X if we raise ace queen pre, I would say. Evolution Retro Gaming with a thinly veiled brag. I've been grinding since 7 AM, lost track of time after 2 final tables. Brag alert, but nicely done. Well done on you're making your 2 final tables. Four big blinds here. Let's go for a raise. But yeah, I mean, so when someone makes a bad play, I'm going to tell you guys that I don't think it's very good and you shouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't tell that guy though, unless he paid for lessons, that he was doing the wrong thing. So yeah, I think it's like it's not worth like berating someone over. Just going to go for a bet here. Whatever he's limping, we can get value from it. Some flush draws, you know, some ace highs still want to continue. Plus we can deny equity if he decides to fold like jack 10 of spades. That's fine. Pocket 10's then a bigger 55. Think if this guy opens, oh, it's quite tight. And he's tanking. The old tank open. It's always aces. I'm not going to 3-bet if he opens now. Okay. This guy opens. I think I'm just going to jam, actually. So, like, I would jam if this guy had 20 bigs. I actually think it's the right play with 10s here. Just to rip. I don't think we 3-bet to induce in this spot. It's only this guy we're really worried about. And 10s, you know, gets him to fold. Quite a few hands. Okay, pick that one up. Here with ace jack, I'm going to go for a 3-bet. We cover the guy. It's not the end of the world if he calls and we can get it in for the bounty. So let's do that. Kind of 3-betting as a bluff because obviously if he jams now we're going to fold. But if he calls, then we actually 3-bet for value, because he can have like king jack suited, jack 10 suited, queen jack suited, ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited, ace 8 suited, stuff like that. So I remember back in the day watching a trading video, and it was like, oh, you're turning your hand into a bluff. Why are you turning your hand into a bluff? But you know, we're not. That's not what's going on. Here now versus the cold 4-bet. It's just a very easy fold. Here we flatted king 9 of clubs against this open from the hijack and flop the world. We'll be going for a check call, I think, though. I think if we had, it was like king, I don't know, king 8 4, and the king was a diamond and the 8 and the 4 were clubs, then we go for a check raise because we have top pair and a flush draw. Here we have second pair with a flush draw, so I think we just go for a check call. And we have way more king X than he does for betting this flop, so I feel like we need to be leading here a lot, but I feel like he's also just going to fold. But is he really going to bluff this turn that frequently? Like, probably not. So 3x, we get to bet 10, 18, 31. He's going to have 25 behind. Maybe we go a little bit bigger. I think he folds here a lot, but if he does have something, then we get value from it. And Evolution Gaming, I suggest you turn the chat off. Oh, where? Can you do that? You mean on stars, or you mean somewhere else? I don't follow. Here we're going to go for a squeeze and fold probably if this guy jams. Even though this is probably a 3-bet call in GTO land, like, because we're going to have just about the right price against this guy's jam, but I think in practice we're not going to have the right price. If you can turn the chat off and get rid of this stupid graphics from Aurora like this, like whatever this is, being able to throw stuff at people, then great. I'd like to do that. Okay, he cold calls, so he's going to have like suited hands like ours. We can get him to fold some. Like we block like ace jack of clubs that could float us here. Going to go for a bet, and just to deny equity, our range looks pretty strong in this spot. He calls, so I think we're just going to give up at this point. We can still be ahead of a hand like queen jack suited, I suppose. Jack 9 suited seems a little bit loose to call and then call the squeeze. I think he's a reg, so he's going to be somewhat decent. So yeah, I'm going to check. That's pretty good. River, we now beat queen jack. He can float with ace jack, of course. I think we have to value bet if he checks. 9-7 shouldn't float. I shouldn't call pre. Like, it's really, really poor if he has a hand like 9-7. If he bets, we're going to call. He can have better hands like jack 10. That would make sense here. He just jams. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. This looks like the greedy sizing with like pocket eights, right? So like in a GTO world, I think you're supposed to call here. I'm going to go and mark this hand, but I'm not going to call. I mean, I quite like the way he's played this hand because he puts me in a horrible spot with this hand. Like if he bets like 20 bigs, I'd probably call. Whereas now I'm like, really not sure what I'm supposed to do. We're certainly towards the top of our range. Shout out to Paddy Jim for subscribing. I'm going to fold, and we'll mark that and have a look at it. Probably one of the study streams we do this week. I'm not altogether thrilled with that hand. So, yeah, not very happy, I would say. But I think like greedy sizing is just like, what's he bluffing? What is he like? What are his, name some bluffs? Like he has to turn like a made hand into a bluff, right? So let's see if we can find some bluffs for him. 9-7 gets there. Queen Jack doesn't jam river. Jack 10 can potentially, but then we can check back like aces and kings on that turn card for sure. So I'm not sure that Jack 10 overbet jams river. So I just think it's like a full house. And then what other... Name some bluffs. Like it's really tough to find some bluffs. So yeah, guys, let me know like what you think of this situation. If you think that we can maybe find, like he can find some bluffs in this spot, but I think it needs to be like ace high with a backdoor flush draw that completely bricked, right? And now he's just deciding to jam it. I just think that's unlikely. Let me know in the chat though, guys. It's a really fun hand, really good one to look at. I think, yeah, in a GTO world, I think that we're supposed to call there, right? Because we have aces, kings, queens, and jacks that maybe check back. We maybe check back pocket tens. And then we get to our jack X hands, right? So we're probably supposed to call some frequency there. Having a king of clubs is maybe not so good if he decides to turn a hand like king queen of clubs into a bluff. So like we would sooner have not clubs, or hearts or diamonds, but then it's the jack of spades on the river. So let's say if it was the jack of diamonds on the river, then we'd really like to have king jack of spades on that river. I think Evolution Gaming saying suggest turning the chat off for the guy who was being berated. Yeah, just turn the chat off and just ignore it. I think that's a good plan. Ben R. Hi Gareth, could you explain why 3-bet bluffing with a hand like king 6 off is better than maybe ace 5 suited? Is it mainly due to blockers? I'm not necessarily sure that it is better. It really depends on the spot, right? You see some bluffs from the big blind off shallower stack depths with some weak offsuit king X hands, I guess. But I'm not, you'd have to give me a situation. It really, like a lot of things, it really, really depends. Going to fold 5-4 off here, so just under starting stack there. Just over starting stack in the 109. We obviously called someone set over set to get those chips, and then we lost a fairly big one against Seaman Horse. Here we're up to 85k from 50k start. We've got one bounty, going to fold. And the bigger 55, we have almost 2x starting stack. Lucky Hustle has given us instructions for disabling Aurora, which is interesting. Wow, okay. Mini Sunday starter, going to go for a min raise if folded 2. Okay, here we go. So get flattered here. This guy's played a lot of hands so far. Shout out to plus LDN for the follow. Who else did we miss? Leo Noguera de Mayo, thanks for the follow. And I think we saw Paddy Jim resubscribed 3 months in a row. Every time I hear that, I think of Tonka. 3 months in a row, my man. That's what goes through my head. Okay, 4 ways to the flop here. I like check, jam, I think. Well, that's interesting. I think we can still get it in against worse here. Queen Jack and 9x and some clubs. I don't think we can't call. I think that'd be really, really bad. So going to go for the check jam. Still plenty to get value from. If we get coolered, we get coolered. Let's see if we can get there. Wow, 2 calls. I think we're dead. Both have a 9, maybe. Just want to avoid a 7 and a queen. Ooh, could be. One person has a flush draw, one has a 9, and we win, and we triple up. That would be amazing. Uh-oh. I think this guy might have it. Well, set versus top pair. Okay, nice hand. How does he have 10s? Let's have a look at this hand again. So we raise off 24 big blinds. Call. This is 100% a squeeze with tens. You can't flat tens there. Anyway, I don't want to sound salty, guys, because obviously it's fine, whatever. But you shouldn't be flatting a hand as strong as tens there. Like, it's going to make way more money to squeeze. You're just going to get out flopped a lot and then have to fold if you let 3 other players into the pot, right? Vanioni9 says ace queen of hearts is the only bluff he can find. I think you could be right in that hand. Shout out to Giselle5 for the follow. Evolution, you can disable the throwables. Oh, brilliant. Well, tell me how to do that. Because honestly, there was a guy on my table earlier on, literally every single hand, or just throwing things at people. It was the most tilting thing I think I've ever seen. Which is great to know, because you can then, do it against somebody else. But, super weird. Martinical, I'm not sure if I've said that right. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. We suddenly only have 3 tables. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Well, we're almost up to the break, and then I guess we're going to add in the half-price Sunday kickoff and the bigger 27. In fact, let's just do those now. Bigger 27 going in, Barbara. Let's get this lined up. Okay. And we're going to play the half-price. In fact, let's see what this chip stacks are at. 120. Oh, it's quite deep. It's quite deep for me, guys. I'm not sure if I want to play this early in. Well, it's 2 hours of late reg as well. This is going to be quite a late tournament. 2,000 players, starts at 1 o'clock. I'm not sure I'm actually going to play that. I think what I'm going to do instead is play the 27 Classic, because I wanted to play... Yeah, I mean, there's hardly any players in this one. Like, needs 100 players, I think, for the guarantee. I didn't want to play too, super late. I think that Sunday kickoff, because obviously we would win it, right? So we would be playing it for quite a while. Okay. So we'll play the 27 instead. Okay, cool. So this is what we've got, guys. This is it. Now these are the tournaments we're going to play. Bigger 27, we've just regged. 27 Classic, we've just regged, and we don't have any opponents yet. I presume this is not... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Okay, now we've got move tables. Okay, so bigger 27, 27 Classic, 109 Sunday Starter, 22 Bounty Hunter, and the bigger 55. Those are the 5 tournaments we're going to play out now. No more tournaments registered. That's the break. I'm going to post a link to the Game Changer coaching program. No idea how Party goes on a break and Stars has time for another hand, but okay. Yeah, I'm going to post a link now to Game Changer on both Twitch and YouTube. Definitely check it out if you are interested in coaching and training content, training products. So just check it out for more info. On that website as well is information about the course. So there are a couple of options for accessing my training content. You can join the group coaching program at various tiers, or you can just buy the modules individually. So for example, if you are struggling with turn play, in the next month, you're going to be able to get access to the turn module. We just finished it, and that's going to be going up in the next little while. But there are 10 modules up there at the moment. So yeah, lots to get your teeth into and lots of different areas. So I'm very much focused on, focused and specific study rather than overall. So that's why there's a module system, so you can focus on one area of your game. And that's why when I do coaching, I tend to focus on just one area So like we'll identify leaks and we'll make a plan to fix them using a mixture of the training content, the drills and exercises that I've come up with. So yeah, if you're interested in any kind of stuff like that, check out the Game Changer website. I posted the link on Twitch and YouTube. Also check out mttpokerschool.com for info about private coaching. You can apply on there as well. Cool. See you guys in a few minutes. Okay, guys, back for more. What hour is this? We've almost done 4 hours, so coming up to 5th hour. Go for an open here with Queen 10 off, bigger 55, still in late reg. When does late reg end? 24 minutes. And here it's going to go for small bets. He calls. So 2 is pretty much a blank, but we don't really block him from, like, we don't have a diamond or a club. We can certainly get some ace highs to fold here, so that we could, that kind of makes us want to bet. And we have Queen 10 higher. It's like the worst queen. We can have Jack 10. We can have 10-8. Okay, you know, I'm going to check back because we still have 2 overcards, and we can potentially bluff further down the line as well. He goes for a small bet, and we're just going to fold. Up here then with ace jack suited, I raised. Shout out to Chess City and to Biflex and Jack Rag for thanks for the follow. I think we can do either check or bet. No one has strong sevens, is really the only hand. Go for a check. Okay, snap checks back. Go behind Jack 10, King Queen. No one should have King 7. We can get some value now from, I mean, same hands we could have got value from on the flop. Okay, so you improved to 2 pair, but it's like the worst hand. Straight in the flush gets there. I don't think we get to value bet. I don't even want to block here. You know, I don't think King Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen value bets this river. I'm not sure they even call when we bet. So I think we can be fairly confident we have, like, we can just fold in this spot. Like, this just isn't a thing to c-bet this small in position. So I really don't know what he's doing. Okay, well, this is great news for us. He has the nut flush. Down here, we're going to c-bet this board and take it down. Oh, charming. What did he have? A weaker flush. He had a straight. Wow, you can't bet call a straight there. That guy's not bluffing enough. Oh, well, fun and games. Omaha King had mayonnaise and cookies for lunch. He dips the chocolate chip cookies in there. It's lovely. That sounds the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. Shout out to friend of the stream, Hattie009 here in the bigger 55. Does he just regged? I guess so. I'm going to time out up here. We're going to check, and I think I'm going to... we block ace 9 and 9-8, which are hands that he could flat here. That's good. We get him to potentially fold like ace jack, ace queen. Well, then we're ahead of like king queen. But we also, by betting, we prevent him from finding a bluff on the river. So I think this is reasonable. We can also get to fold like 6s, 7s, 8s, 2s, 4s, stuff like that. Finds the call with 6s. Okay, fair enough. Here, what happened? Limped pot. This is the guy that said F you to this guy, so worth thinking about. Gonna call and probably fold. Okay, well, nice hand with aces, bro. Cool. Okay. Let's go down here to ace 10 off. And I'm going to go for the ISO. Okay, see a raise up here. I'm going to defend with king 10 suited. Okay, not anymore. Hattie jams. Down here, I'm just going to go for a small bet. Again, deny equity is really tough for him to have connected here. And maybe we even get value from weaker ace-x hands and flush draws. If you just joined the stream, guys, welcome. We have 5 tournaments and 5 tournaments left. So bigger 27, 27 classic, 109 Sunday starter, 22 bounty hunter, and the bigger 55. Shout out to Nikki, 100,000? No, 10,000. Can't count the zeros. For the follow on Twitch. So we now have 5 tables with no hands on any of them. So you just got to be a bit patient, I guess. I was saying earlier on, I honestly don't know if I could play 9 tables and stream. I just don't think that I would be able to talk about the hands in enough detail. Maybe you guys, wouldn't mind that. You'd sooner have like, me talking less and seeing more hands. Talking of hands, here's aces. This is a fun player, min raising. Let's just check his stats. So he's like, sometimes I've marked players as fun players. Maybe this is like an old tag. I'm going to defend with a call. Probably check raise flop. We don't have a club, which is amazing. It means that he's going to have more flush draws to be able to continue. He checks back a board where I feel like he should do a lot of betting. Here I'm just going to jam with ace jack suited. Up here with aces, I feel like I'm just going to check and check. Well, it depends what he does. I guess we'll go down to ace jack suited. We're all in. Might have to re-enter this tournament. Run into ace king. Let's see what happens. Jack on the river maybe? Nope, a queen. Okay, we're going to re-enter. Said it was going to be the last tournaments, but here with aces, I mean, I really want him to bet, but I just don't think he will, so I'm going to do the betting for him. He calls, okay. He ended up having ace 10. I think it's an easy bet on the flop, to be honest. So, P cubes, thanks for the follow. Disappointing to bust, of course. No one likes to bust, but pretty standard spot, I would say. Wow, we just registered with 12 bigs. Not my finest hour. Now we have 10 bigs. That's going to be interesting. Well, we have a lot of worse hands than this one. We're like, so I don't think we get to bluff this one. Here I decided to check raise, limped pot. We have the nut flush, well, second nut flush draw. And we cover him, so we don't mind running it for the bounty. That would be fine. Here with king jack off, I don't think we get to jam, but I also think this hand's probably too good to fold. So I'm going to call here and get it in with whatever we flop. Okay, now I'm going to fold. Yeah, if I'd realized that we were going to register with like so few chips, I maybe wouldn't have re-entered the bigger 55, but I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not like it's a bounty tournament. So we're still going to make money in it. Just we got to be okay with it being really high variance and busting like in the first hand we play. We raise pre and this guy just leads. This doesn't seem like a thing, but he looks like a reg. It seems really strange. Not going to fold though. And now he goes for the big bet. 28. So he's setting it up to be able to jam for pot, which is, I think he should probably bet bigger on the turn. We're going to have plenty of hands to continue here. I don't think we need to continue with this one. Mia Nax, I think I missed your follow. Thanks for follow on Twitch. Here versus raise, call, call. I'm not going to defend A7. I'm certainly not versus the squeeze. A7 suited here. Going to go for a raise, I think. Okay, flop bottom pair. I don't think we get to check call this hand. It seems too weak. Like, it's just so many bad cards for us. Can we bluff? Start bluffing here? Don't think so. Let's go up here. Ace jack off. Going to ISO the limp from this player. So he limped. I'm just going to bet we block some hands to continue, and we can bluff later on. Block Jack 10 as well. Seems like a good spot to go for the triple. Like, just trying to get him to fold like 7x of clubs or 4x of clubs or 8x of diamonds, like, potentially. But, you know, is this the guy that, you know, came to fold? Probably not. Okay. Well. Okay, I'm pretty high up. I'm going to call here and lose basically all the time. That's fine. Okay, here we can just bet this amount and then jam river for about the same size. Maybe we've gone a bit too small here. Maybe we need to go a little bit bigger on the turn. Yeah, that 109, that was... I was quite tempted just to bet turn jam river. Like, you know, you see his hand and you're like, okay, well, you know, that would have been amazing because he always folds that hand. But yeah, don't think we need to dwell on it too much. Those spots are just not going to come up that often. Like, we just win a lot of money because we get there, or he folds too much or puts too much money in with a bad hand. So if you have just joined us, bigger 27, classic 27, or 27 classic, depends on how you want to call it. 109 Sunday starter, 22 bounty hunter, and the bigger 55, which we just re-entered. We're going to flat here with king jack off. And it's a very small bet. I really, really want to call, but like, we're just not in a great spot here with our chips, and yeah, EV wise, I don't think it's too good. Okay, so let's go up here. We open queen 10. This guy flatted. He's got way more 7-5, 5-2s than we do. So I don't think we get to bet very frequently here. In fact, I'm going to go for a check, and then I might now bet turn jam river. Get him to fold like 3x of hearts, 4x of hearts, 6-5, 5-4. Yeah, obviously it depends like what he ends up what the river is. Like we can't just be like, okay, I'm always going to double barrel. But if the hearts do complete, then we have a heart, which is nice. He now leads. Okay, now I'm just going to fold. Here we see a pot bet. I limp pre, he check back. He goes for pot. I'm going to check back and just keep letting him blast off. He goes for a snap check on this turn. So he snap bet pot, and then he snap checks back turn. I mean, he's more likely to make a passive mistake than an aggressive one, I would say here. So we'll value bet. He folded. Okay, Jack 9 off, bigger 27, gonna be fold, and we're probably gonna get this in. King 9 suited if folded too. Okay, well, I'm gonna fold. Not sure how many hands you really want to have. Like ace queen off, maybe. Jam 17 bigs here. Potentially. Fours, definitely not a jam. Definitely not. Let's just pour. Just kind of like not really knowing what to do. Folding is good though. Just fold that hand. Omaha King, can I send a link of my garlic mayo cookies? No, thank you. Please keep them to yourselves. That's not a thing that we want to see on this stream. Raising ace queen off here. And we're just going to see bet small on the flop. He was the guy that donked into us earlier, so we've got a lot of hands on him. It's really weird. It really wasn't a board where you'd expect him to lead that often, I don't think. Okay, sixes, depends what happens, but probably go for a jam. And shout out to Decky, the friend of the stream. Okay, get it through. Lucky me. Okay, ace king off here. Probably going to play this one. So if it folds to us, we'll jam. If someone 3-bets, we'll jam. And if someone else jams, then we'll call it off. Yeah, I don't think I want to induce here. I think I'm just going to go for a jam. So stay on this one. Still in re-entry period. I'm not sure, is this our second bullet in this one or not? I can't remember. It's definitely our second bullet in the bigger 55. And we have ace king suited. Let's see if we can get back into it. Still late registration is available, but I'm not going to register with 10 bigs. Not going to make the same mistake again. See if we can get back in. Up against ace jack. Let's see. It's a good flop. Great turn. And a safe river. Okay, pocket kings here in the 109. Facing under the gun open. Just going to go for a jam. Okay, get a fold. Never mind. Bigger 55, gonna fold. Let's go around the tables. Jack 3 off, gonna be a fold. Bigger 27, gonna be a fold. 9-4 off, gonna be a fold. I don't know if any of you guys play Fantasy Premier League, but I just saw that Jack Grealish, I just brought him into my team this week for James Rodriguez. He got an assist and a goal, so we'll take those points for sure. Well, he got 2 assists, 1 goal, and probably going to get 2 bonus points as well. That's been that's a decent week, game week for him. Still got a lot of players still to play today. Looking forward to the Arsenal Man U game later on as well. So I'm an Arsenal fan, and we yeah, I don't think we're actually doing that well yet. I think winning the FA Cup and the Community Shield kind of papered over the cracks a little bit. I'm not sure there's enough to really celebrate just yet. We want to start seeing some much better football. I mean, Aubameyang, since he signed his new contract, has looked woeful. I want to say he's had lowest number of shots in the league or something stupid. I'm actually just going to go for min raise here. I would jam Jack 10, Queen Jack, but I think raise folding this one is fine. But yeah, Aubameyang not good. Not ever since he signed his contract. No idea. He played so well in the FA Cup final, and the semi-final against City, but he's been really, really poor. This is weird to see 2 flat calls here. I really want to just check rip. Sorry, not check. Check rip. The problem with check ripping is that we don't have as much fold equity, whereas here I think we have a ton of fold equity. Over here, we're going to get it in with ace queen. If anyone calls with the jack 9, I'll go back to that one. Okay, everyone folded. Here we have a flip, ace queen versus 10s, which we do not win, down to 14 big blinds in that one. Pocket 2s, not going to do what the other guy did, jamming from this position. I think it's really poor, so the other guy, he jammed 4s from yeah, anyway, it was really bad. Don't do that. Nicholas, that guy, do you prefer bounty or regular? Regular tournaments, just because I know more about what's going on. I'm definitely not a bounty expert. Here against half pot, this guy limped he limped aces earlier on. I think this board's going to be better for him, even though he limped. He's not, got loads of rubbish hands that he's limping, so I'm actually just going to fold without a spade. With a spade, I'd probably call. Yeah, I'm not a bounty expert. I know how to study the spots. I have studied the spots. The thing is, I guess the great thing about bounties is that nobody is really an expert because they're so difficult to solve, which is fantastic. There's some shortcuts to working out how wide you should call off, or the spots where you want to be calling off wider. But yeah, they're impossible to solve. I mean, maybe a lot of poker is impossible to solve, but I would say that PKO is specifically, just when you then factor in ICM and as well, there's no solver in the world that can tell you the answer, which is something that I talk about in my latest YouTube video. So if you haven't checked that out, go to youtube.com/MTT Poker School, where I talk about the how software can't really do what it says it can do unless it understands post-flop equity realization. So we check called here with second pair, and that's pretty much a blank, and he decides to check. Okay, hopefully he's got I don't know. Not sure. Okay, nice. Maybe ace 4, 7-6, ace 6. Okay, that makes sense. Here we're gonna raise with the bigger 55 with ace 10 off. Papa Poker A85, thanks for the follow. Let me get jammed on. Going to fold. 6s versus an open, easy jam from the small blind. We can re-enter. Late reg is still open. And we run into aces. I feel like we're going to hit a 6 though. Okay, maybe not. Let's re-enter this one. See you, decky. Here with pocket tens, we are going to jam. I feel like we're going to get called, but hopefully we've not run into it. Okay, he folds. Okay, nice. King 9 off, we will jam if folded to. King Jack suited, we open. We get 3-bet. I think this is a weird sizing. Looks somewhat strong, but it's a bounty tournament. I expect him to be 3-betting reasonably aggressively. I actually think at this stack depth, we're supposed to just get it in. But I'm not thrilled. So I think I might just flat and see if we can hit. That's a very bad board. But at least we've still got 17 big blinds. So like if we raised and he jammed, right, for 20 bigs, we've probably supposed to call for chips. He can jam wider for bounties. For bounty, I think. But it's quite high variance, I would say, and he's probably not 3-betting wide enough. So flatting and trying to get there. I mean, it's not something I would normally be like, yeah, let's do it. Like, it sounds great, but I think it's okay. Like the EV difference between calling there and jamming, right, or folding is probably like quite similar. So, you know, you could do anything. It's not like you're getting it in with 7 deuce off and it's a really bad like jam or bad call or whatever, right? Turn 6 off. Gonna fold. Jack deuce off. Gonna fold. Oh, we must have re-entered this one. Queen 8 suited. I'm gonna fold. Sevens. Gonna min raise. Ten on 8 board. Well, we've got as many straights as he. Jack 7. He can flat. I presume this is the big blind, not this button is here, right? Do we get to bet here? Denying equity. I think it's okay. He called, so we could still be ahead of some hands, maybe. Okay. Like, the turn is a complete blank. Like, why are you betting? So strange. We'll call with a straight draw. Oh, hello. Let's hope he doesn't have Queen Jack. Monsters under the bed. We love it on this stream. He bets small. So we're going to... Can we jam the bottom end? Does he call with enough worse? Like, honestly, I don't think he does. Like, he can still have Jack 7. He can still have Queen Jack. And when it's a really weird line on a blank, I think I'm going to err on the side of caution here instead. I expect to win a lot when I call. But I don't think I win more by jamming and getting him to call with 2 pair. Like, I just don't think it happens. Yeah, it's just really poor play on Deuce of Hearts. Just not. I don't think you're supposed to lead much there. But do you know what? I'm going to check it, and maybe it's a hand that we can review later in the week, because like we don't want to just be like, okay, well, he's not supposed to do any leading there, therefore he's a terrible player. If we can't be 100% sure that that's what's going on, right? Sean. And if you make a bad play, you can go, it's a bounty and all is forgiven. Yep. That's fine. Sounds good. Okay, so late reg is over in the bigger 55. We 87 of 101 and 53 paid. We ran deep in this one last week, finished, not sure, 19th, something like that. Bigger 27 here. This guy's gone for a 3-bet. His 3-bet's quite low, small sample. He 3-bets off a 25 big blind stack. I'm going to make an exploitative fold because I just don't think that he's 3-betting wide enough there. Okay, and just going to go for a small bet. 8 and the 4 are connected. Jack and the 8 are connected. I would sooner bet small on... No, I still... Actually, I'm going to go for a big side. No, I'm not. I'm going to go small. I still, when we bet big, we can get called by a lot of weaker hands. Obviously, the smaller we bet, the more weak hands will call. But yeah, when all 3 cards are somewhat connected to each other, then I think we need to be having some big bet sizes, but maybe not with under pairs. Here we're going to defend with King 3. Not sure if there's any leading on this board. We obviously have all 6-5 offs, and he doesn't. We have Ace 5 off, and he might not from the hijack. So he goes for less than half pot. Just going to check. Call. It's a good turn card. So do we... I think we just check jam now. Like, yeah, I think so. Get it in against King Queen, Ace King, Aces, King Jack, King 10, stuff like that. He folds though. Here with Ace 9 off, I'm going to go for jam. Get it through up to 15 bigs. Up here then King 7 off, bigger 27. We have 2x starting stack, which is nice, 2.2-ish. Going to fold King 7 though against an open. Shout out to Walker Huang 1 for the follow. If you fold to us here in a bigger 55, we're going to be all in. Okay, here we go, guys. See if we can spin this up. Oh no, Dexter's found a hand. Let's hope it's Ace 7. Well, Ace King. Quite good today at finding big hands, I would say, when we're all in. But that is obviously the brain, right? Just remembering the good stuff. So obviously, like, when you bust, you're going to run into a big hand probably, right? When you shove that hand and you lose, like, you're going to, yeah, run into a big hand. So it's really just the brain, like, remembering the negative. Okay, you're going to fold here. Well, this guy finds aces with 4 bigs and could still lose, and does lose. Okay, we're going to fold a deuce. Updates then, bigger 27, 59 bigs, classic 20 bigs, Sunday starter 6 bigs, 22 bounty hunter 11 bigs. Folding king 5 off here then in the classic. Shout out to Fresh QV for the follow. Ace 9 off, I might. Okay, I'm just going to fold. I was going to potentially jam this hand. I think ace 9, ace 8. Probably ace 8 off better. We just min raise this hand. Okay, down here we're going to jam. If folded to... If this guy jams, are we supposed to... No, don't think so. Don't think we get to get it in. But we do here though. 90 of 97, 64 paid. Let's see if we can... spin it up. Maragos is thinking about it. We've got 1.5x starting bounty, I guess, and 1.5x starting stack. Maybe he was just trying to work it out. Okay, well, we have a chance to spin it up here in the 109. We have pocket kings. Just going to go for a jam. Don't want to try and get cute here. Excuse me. What's going on with my voice? So we're all in, hoping for the spin. Well, we'll stay here then. I've got 10s on another table, but let's see if we can spin this up in the 109. We'll take 8s. 8s is what I reckon. Jacks, okay. It's a good start. It's a great turn. Glad he didn't have 8s. And we hold up to 13.5 bigs. Here we open 10s, small blind flatted, weaker player. I really feel like we just get to punish him by betting small and denying equity here. And being very happy to fold if he shows considerable resistance. Here, I'm not sure we're going to get value from too much more. And I don't think he's going to bluff at the right frequency on the river. We can have some ace-x to check back. He bets really small. Okay, so we do have some ace-x. Do we have any ace-x to check back turned? I think potentially yes, against the small blind specifically. So we're going to have our ace-x, and then this, like kings, queens, jacks, and 10s, all pretty similar, I would say. What bluffs does he have? He's a weak player though. Like, is he just deciding to bet here with 7-6 because he doesn't really know what else to do with it? I'm going to call because the price is so good, and I feel like we are probably overfolding if we do. The reasons to overfold is the fact that he just probably is not bluffing enough. I mean, this is just a jam pre. We should be out of this tournament. So we have to count our blessings there. That was very, very fortunate. Yeah, I can see a fold on the river, of course. But we should have been out of the tournament for sure. Jack Rag 66 saying, just found this stream, really enjoying, good stuff. Thank you, really appreciate that feedback. It's really, really good, love it. Thank you. I'm going to fold 8-4 off versus a 2.5x. Mushu Poker, what was your thought process on the King 3 hand? I think we should only call turn and let him bluff rivers. It's pretty strong to check jam turn, and he is going to fold everything besides the king. We have a very good hand that we can call down almost every river, and he's going to represent the king, another big river card. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We're going to jam here, 12 bigs. Yeah, I think it's absolutely reasonable. Okay, we'll get it in good. That's a great flop. Safe turn. We are loving it. Okay, up to 24 big blinds. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think though that he doesn't fold a value hand. So yeah, I mean, we can give him a chance to bluff the river, but I think jamming is, yeah, I think it's an interesting one. So we can I'll have a look at it later on. I think it's a good one to look at. Probably add it to the list of the hands we want to study in the stream. All in here then. Okay, we run into it again. We're good at this. Jack or a 10 then dealer, or a 3. We are out of the 109. And we have 3 tables left. Classic 27, gonna fold. Just over starting stack in that one. I love pizza cheese. I even think he'll be folding ace king on that turn if he's a good thinking player, even though we block the strong Broadway king X. I mean, if he's a good player and he thinks that we're not a good player, then he might fold ace king. Otherwise, he's never folding ace king. Like, we should have some 5x there. We should have some combo draws like 6x of spades to jack jam there. There's so many hands. He never folds a king, I don't think. I think it'd be bad to fold a king. You'd have to like really know your opponent and know he only ever has 2 pair plus in order to fold a king in that spot. Fresh QV, where are you from? I live in England, in a place called Leeds, which is in the north of England, not quite as far north as like Newcastle or Scotland, which obviously isn't in England. Opening a7 here from the cuts. So just 3 tables to go. We get jammed on. We have an easy fold. Bigger 27, 44 bigs. Still in late reg there. 27 classic. We have 16 bigs. We're going to go for min raise here. We also have the 22 bounty hunter, somewhat approaching the money, but we are really, really short, 9.3 bigs. So see what happens. We get jammed on again, which is fantastic. He has king queen. See what happens. Fantastic turn card. Double up there, which is lovely. Up to 34.3 big blinds. Where are we in the tournament? 20th of 60 with 16 paid. Okay, let's see what happens. If anyone calls here, I think we then fold 9-7, but if nobody calls, we're going to call. I think if the small blind calls, we then call as well because we're in position on at least one player here now versus the 3-bet. We have a really easy fold. Okay, we're going to fold 9-5 off in the small blinds and wrong table or space. 27 classic will defend here versus the min raise. Okay, no we won't. We're going to fold. King 4 suited here. Yeah, I expect to get called 100% of the time here. Whoa, what? Okay, that's kind of weird, but we'll take it. I mean, I'm loving the fact that he, you know, didn't want to run it. Zero variance when they fold, right? Cooler up here, kings versus queens. Here with king 8, I'm going to go for a bet. He doesn't have too many strong hands on this board. I think he even jams 3s pre, so an ace-10 should be a jam, I think, some of the time. So good board for us to bet. Pocket 10s here against this player. Probably just going to flat. Let's look at his raise first in. Pretty tight. Small sample, but we'll just go for a call. Okay, 10s with a heart. We'll check if check to versus a small c bet. We'll call. It depends, you know. Let's just look at size and be sensitive to size. We're going to have flush draws to continue. We're going to have ace x to continue. We don't close the action. It's not a great spot. I think the EV of calling here is going to be somewhat low. But I'm going to call this time. Wow, what a turn. So we bet 10, there's going to be 20, 35 in the middle. This guy's going to have, I know, we're going to have 33, so we probably want to size up slightly. Like, we don't mind about getting in against this guy. It's quite an expensive bluff though, right? So maybe we don't get to, you know, size up to be able to jam for a similar size on the river because of that. Here we're just going to jam 8-6 suited, 80 of 83, 64 paid. Shout out to Al Abu for the follow. Okay, we get called by this guy this time. Let's see, I'll just stay on here. I don't want to slow roll this other guy. Okay, we're out. Okay, we call here. And he's drawing dead. So we're out of the 22 Bounty Hunter. So we have 2 left. Shout out to Scabadabit for the follow. Absolutely unreal turn card for us there. 3 of 4, 4, 3 and a big at 27. 27 of 58 in the 27 Classic. Raise, call. I mean, this is like, the EV here is not going to be great. Can't be. Not, because it just like hurts your ability to realize equity against 2 players. I just have this feeling when I click fold that we're going to absolutely flop the world, so whatever. Okay, we didn't. I just, you know, obviously having those feelings is completely woolly thinking. And but I know that, like, I've seen some people in Twitch chat and they're like, why did you fold? You would have flopped the world. So I just wanted to prevent that from happening straight away. But yeah, I think if it goes raise, call, we get to call. But once it goes raise, call, I think that really hurts our ability to realize equity. Mushu Poker, nice. Thank you for reading the opinion. You're welcome. Thanks for posting. I think it's a great comment. 804173685. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. Did I miss any of the others? No, I think I've got everyone so far. We were attempting to hit 1,750 followers by the end of today's stream. We're at 1,734, guys. So we need 16 more of you to hit that follow button. Do it right now. Hit the follow button. Be notified when I go live. Any of these hands that you thought were quite interesting, I've marked them for review, so we'll be able to go through them in the study streams later this week. I'm hoping to do 2 streams that are not playing, right? So Tuesday and Thursday is what I've got in my mind at the moment. If you haven't signed up to the MTT Poker School newsletter, so you sign up to our mailing list, then you won't know when those streams go live, right? So you need to follow on Twitch and or sign up for the mailing list so that you're notified. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that bell icon after you click subscribe, and then you'll also be notified of when we go live with the next video and next stream. Here we're going to fold Queen 8 suited. Last two tables, bigger 27, 27 classic. They were the last two tournaments we registered. Which is never good. You want it to be like the first. You want to have the last two tournaments be the first two tournaments you registered, because you'd be on the final table of both. King Queen off. Gonna go for an open. If he jams here, we're going to fold. King 10, I'm going to flat, I think. If I 3-bet, probably have to call this guy. If I flat, I don't need to. Obviously, that incentivizes him to jam wider, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, he goes for a check back. We're going to have a lot of Queen X and stuff in here. If I had a spade, I think I would start bluffing, but I'm just going to check now. And we're just going to check and give him a chance to bluff that river. He can obviously have a king. Fortunate for us. He didn't have a better one. Or a better hand. Ace-5 of diamonds. Okay. Yeah, so if you haven't hit the follow button, hit that follow button, because we want to try and get 1,750 followers by the end of today's stream, and we're at 1,735 right now. We raise, this guy jams, we're going to call. Looks like, okay, he has done. Okay, flip time, it's not a good start. 5 on the river dealer, nope. Lose that one then, still up 71 bigs. Shout out to Putin XL for the follow. And we are on a break, so I will see you guys in a few minutes. We've got 2 tournaments left, both $27 tournaments. Let's see what we can do. See you guys in a bit. Okay, guys, we're back just in time for the ladies facing a jam. Politus WTF says, where are you from? UK, place called Leeds, Yorkshire, God's own country, apparently. Cash 101, you're in the big blind. Surely you have enough equity in Jack 6 suited versus 4 players. Call 1 big blind to win 8 big. Seems like a no-brainer with the hand we have. Yeah, in terms of equity, like 100%. Whoa, what a flop. That's interesting. But it's all about equity realization, right? So lots of times when you get it all in, you have a jack high flush draw or a jack high flush against a queen high, king high, or ace high flush, right? So you lose a lot there. You might flop trips, but that doesn't happen very often. And so I think, yeah, and it's very tough out of position to realize equity against 3 players. I did actually make a video and write an article for Poker News on this. So either go onto Poker News' website, click on strategy, and you can see the article on there. Or let me see if I can pull up the link to the video. It's all about equity realization and why there's some software that's good at understanding it and some that's not, and just comparing the two. But also it talks about equity realization, right? So yeah, there we go. I found a link to the video. Definitely check that out for more information on equity realization. And yeah, I wonder if I can find the article actually for you guys, because talk about equity realization and stuff in there and what it is and stuff. So yeah, this is an article I wrote for Poker News. I'll post that to you guys as well, both on Twitch and YouTube. Okay, so Rebel MCC, thanks for the follow. Carora Gunzo 12, thanks for the follow. Generarch 2018, thanks for the follow. Super Stoper, thanks for the follow, or Super Stopper. So 27 Classic, 45 players left. We are 17th. Eight succeeded. It's going to fold. Got 2 jam stacks here. I don't think I'd call anyway. Maybe, I suppose, because we're on the button. I feel like a 5 or a 7's coming. Oh, no. If you just joined the stream, welcome. We only have 2 tournaments left. We've been playing for almost 5 hours. In fact, we have been playing for 5 hours. I started my session at 10 o'clock this morning. It's now 3 o'clock. We're going to fold 5-3 off. Here we're 20 of 388. We have 4x starting stack in the bigger 27. Seven's going to win that one. Down to 43, we're 17th of 43 with 16 paid. Up top in this one is $691.75. And up top in the bigger 27 is 2,900. So plenty to play for, I would say. What are we up to in follow account? And we were aiming for that 1,750. What are we at? 1,741. Incredible. We're almost there, guys. Nine more before the end of the stream. I'm going to try and keep this stream going for as long as possible to try and get there. Obviously, keep the stream going for as long as possible to know that we've, won both of these tournaments. That would be the goal. But as we know in poker, those sorts of goals are pretty rubbish to have. They're an outcome goal when you want to be focusing more on process-oriented goals. And if you want to know more about setting goals and study habits and how to improve as a poker player, then I must recommend this book, which is by me and my podcast co-host, Dr. Tricia Cardner, Purposeful Practice for Poker, The Modern Approach to Studying Poker. Definitely check it out. We're going to min-raise sixes here. So yeah, it's all about studying in the right way and making sure that you're taking part in active study rather than passive study. So if you're watching this stream and making notes, then that's quite active. But if you're watching this stream whilst playing, that's quite passive. Probably not the way to learn. But obviously, if you're, I don't want to say you cannot watch this stream unless you're gonna learn, then you're watching it for enjoyment, fun, and maybe pick up a few things along the way. But if you're really, really keen, well, that's a run out and a half. On developing, improving as a player, then you got to practice in the right way. So that's what we called the book, Purposeful Practice for Poker. Definitely check it out. It's available on Amazon and other bookstores, and also on D&B's website. That's the publisher. Kesh101, sick, thanks. Signing up for the Game Changer this week too. Brilliant. It's going to be great to have you on board, Kesh. Here we can ISO. Yeah, I'm going to ISO with this hand, I think. We're going to get punished straight away, get jammed on. Okay, pocket eights here versus a sub 20 big blind open. This guy's only got 26 bigs. I think this is a really nice spot just to rip eights. 355 remaining, 134 paid. We're in 33rd at the moment. See where we are at the end of this hand. Okay, well, we take it down. I'm going to be higher than 33rd now. 24th. King 7, just an easy fold, and another King 7. We're going to open this time and fold to any action. Folding, excuse me, folding 9-4 off, obviously. We'll go for the open with Queen 9 off here. So 20 of 41, 16 paid. Just going to go for a bet here. We have a pair plus draw. We can call if he check raises. Now I think we just have a pretty easy check back. We can still be ahead of some hands. You can just have a random queen or jack. And then we're ahead of 9x. So that's good for us. That's a nice, nice river. Okay, he checks. So I think if I was bluffing here, I would be trying to get like 10x and 9x hands to fold. Some of those are going to be 2 pair. So I think going maybe close to pot would be reasonable. Okay, he just folded though. Shout out to lolzy007 or 007, I guess. Eight three off. Gonna fold. Honeymate on Twitch saying, did you post a link for equity realization? I did. Maybe you just joined late. I can post it again. I've got it right here. Yeah, I guess that if you, because we're on a delay, right? If I posted at the same time, but then you joined like 3 minutes later, then you wouldn't have seen the chat. So I posted it again. Hopefully you see it this time. Honeymate 55. Raising queens then here. Okay. So big blind has the most 4x. We do block some continues like that we don't want to block because we want people to continue, but having a heart is better than having like clubs and spades. So I'm going to go for a bet. You know, if this guy calls and this guy suddenly finds some sort of raise, it's really unusual to see a raise here as a bluff. So we might even be able to fold. Okay, this guy goes for the fold though. Oh, sorry, the raise even. Get your words right. If this guy now calls, that would be pretty dirty. I'd probably just call and then proceed with extreme caution. Like, I don't think this guy raises 10s on the flops, and I don't think he raises 4s. So he literally has like ace 4, and there's only 2 of those. A 5-4, I guess, maybe. So there's 4 combos of hands. This guy does call. Wow. I think if we jam, we're just going to get snapped off by a 4 and the 10 like doesn't get involved. I'm going to call and proceed with extreme caution on the turn, unless, of course, we bang off queen of clubs. It's not the queen of clubs, but it is a queen. So, of course, the monsters under the bed in me are just like, this guy's got 4s. This guy's got pocket 4s. He's definitely got pocket 4s. Shout out to Mupo Poker for the follow on Twitch. So I can't find a single hand that I would bluff now on this river. Okay, well, it's going to tank for a bit. Maybe this guy here has it. He has pocket 10s. This guy has ace 4, and we win a massive pot. Not this guy folds 10s if we snap call anyway. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Turns his hand into a bluff. That's an amazing spot for us, up to 300k. What a turn card. I mean, absolutely unreal. Well, that puts us in a nice spot all of a sudden. Unlucky true D. Went for it, though. I like the heart. And to be fair, if there was no queen on the turn of the river, I'm like, I'm probably just going to fold. So, yeah. Now we flop 2 pair. Go check. Gonna raise. 6.6, 14, 18 in the middle. He's got 25 back. Yeah, I think we can go a little bit smaller actually. Then we can go like half pot on the turn, jam for half pot on the river, I think. 18, yeah, just over. Let's bet like 9.5 and then jam for just under half pot on the river. 6 is a good card for us. Once we check raise, we have a lot more 9-7, and okay. So if he has like king queen or aces, king jack, and he gets there. Never mind. Pocket queens over here. I think I'm going to jam here, because if we had the same size stack as any of these guys, we would just jam. It's only through this guy. I think we might even then get, like, he's more likely to call off wider than he is to suddenly find a light, like a lighter 4-bet, right? So we're all in there, and we're going to jam here with queen 10 suited as well. Small blind versus button. Okay, let's go back to queens. Shout out to Clecius, something like that, for the follow. Now we have pocket tens. I'm going to go for a min raise. Okay, if this guy shoves, we call. Brilliant. Hopefully this guy folds now. This guy doesn't cold call much. Like he could have slow played. This is definitely the monsters under the bed again. But yeah, this is just a standard get in. Like 8 against ace 7. It's not a very good flop though. 4, 10. Nope. Bit of a showers. Well, a bit of a weird run, like hitting that queen on the turn, absolutely brilliant, and then getting him 2-pair against 1-pair with 1 card to come, and he hits trips. Like it's like this at the moment. I'd like it to be a bit smoother, like this instead. Rick Sabin 0331, how's the UK this morning? Any rioting last night? I don't think so. I don't think we'll see that until Thursday. We might see some, I don't know, interesting behaviour. Here I'm just going to raise for value. I don't want to call. There's lots of, you know, scary-ish cards, I guess. Heart, obviously not, but like 8, 9, jack, 6, 7, 6, 5, stuff like that. He did flat from the small blind though. I'd see him jam now with like jack 10 of hearts. And again, I think I'm just going to rip one. So 20 big blind stacks. Like it's a lot through these. Like if we 3-bet and then this guy jams, yeah, actually let's do that instead. Let's try something out. So call, 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 and then potentially fold against this guy. I just saw the that 10-8 hand again. The guy who was all in had a king. That was absolutely ridiculous. Funny though, I like it. Right, we're going to go for the old 10% pot bet. Yeah, someone in the chat just said, lol, one outer. It's pretty brutal. So we were two... Oh, no, he had jacks as outs as well, right? I don't know whether to jam here. I feel like he's... I don't know, like he doesn't have a 7. This guy's a reg though. I've seen him around a lot. I feel like he's going to have... He either has aces and we block that, or he's going to have a hand like king, queen and call it off. So, yeah, let's bet. I hope he doesn't have ace. 8-8 just jams pre, I would imagine, right? Yeah, so in the 10-8 versus King Jack hand, he had 3 jacks as outs. He could have, there's 3 6s as well, and 1 king. Not quite a 1 outer. I feel like this guy's slow rolling me. I don't know why. I just feel like he is. Let's call me with King Jack suited, and don't get there. I feel like he's going to do it all the way to the end and then just snap me on kings or aces. I feel like kings just gets it in pre, though. He did call with 10s, and we eliminate him. He's a goner. Okay, then. We chipped up again. We are in 6th place out of 28 with 16 paid. Uh, 2.3x here versus 20 bigs, queen 6. 0.9 bigs, so less than a big blind ante. I think I'm going to fold. Okay, ace king suited now. Well, that escalated quickly, didn't it? Feel very happy to get it in here. And so we're going to run it. We're either going to have a monster stack or 20-ish big blinds, I guess. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, there's an ace. And there's a king. We have the monster stack we were looking for, guys. 90 big blinds. Ace queen suited straight in behind it. Somehow we're still not in first place, but we are in third now. Limping to induce here. Oh, interesting. I don't think he has many ace-x hands here. I think all of his offsuit ace-x should jam pre. He has some suited stuff, but obviously, like, he can't have ace-x of diamonds or ace-x of hearts. So I'm actually just going to check back. I don't know what we get value from now by betting turn, so I think just check in again. Maybe give him a chance to improve to a full house on the river. Seems reasonable. 6-5 now we could maybe get value from. If he has a jack, we're doomed anyway. If he has an ace, we're gonna chop. Okay, so if we overbet this river and he jams, you have to expect him to have a jack, like almost always, right? But we've played the hand in such a way that it just looks like we never really have anything. So now we're just trying to get him to call with like king high or 6-5, any kind of 5. But it would be pretty sick for him to jam there, because I just don't expect him to have many bluffs. Darren Piper saying, had your fair share of pocket pairs today, haven't you, boy? I guess so. Yeah, I've had a lot of pocket pairs today, I would say, for sure. Jack Rag 66, Poker Gods are drunk. I think they are a little bit. Skip Zidane, Ace King, unfoldable with 31 bigs behind, no way. I think you can fold Ace King if the big stack finds a cold 4-bet jam. What's it like? He's supposed to jam some like suited wheel aces, right? Or King Jack suited or something bonkers, right? But like he won't, right? He's just gonna find like the value hands like Jacks plus Ace King, and I think at that point, like it's not a great situation. I'm not sure calling here is that good, but like we're 9 away from the money. I don't think these three are going to shove as wide as maybe they would normally for chips. So I think that we get to call here and try to set mine. Okay, well, that failed miserably. We're getting almost 2-1. We're not that close to the bubble. I'm going to call here. Again, like it's... He never does it with 2s and 3s. Does he with ace deuce, stage 3? Not that likely. More likely to be suited. I actually think I'm going to fold. Like we're flipping there a lot. I think it's like it's a pretty marginal spot. Like I know we're getting 2-1, we probably have the right odds to call, but if he's a little bit on the tighter side, or even if he's just shoving the hands he's supposed to shove, right? 4's definitely a call. Like I'm not saying that it's not a call. It's about whether or not it's enough of a call to want to risk like 11, 12 bigs. And I know we have 89 bigs. We've got loads of chips to spare, but I would sooner keep those 11 bigs in my stack than try to pick up the another 11 big blinds. Hashtag updates then. 2 of 24 in the classic 27, or 27 classic, don't know how you say that. Bigger 27. Wow. Mr. We Deck been on our table twice, once on Party today and once on Stars. I don't know if you're watching, but you just got a shout out. What's going on here? 82 of 248 with 134 paid. Jack 4 off, going to be a fold. King Deuce, going to be a fold. So you're going back to what Skip Zidane was saying, that Ace King's unfoldable with 31 bigs behind. Like, I absolutely don't agree that it's unfoldable. Like, let's say that like it went like raise, jam, 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 right? You wouldn't be. We're not going to be calling against We Deck here. You wouldn't be calling with Ace King in that spot, right? So it's it's based on the situation, and I think we're going to fold here. Oh, that's unfortunate for We Deck. We Deck looks like he's going to be out. Here with Ace King, we're going to rejam here. So it's got a raise and a jam. So I think, yeah, rather than just say like it's unavoidable, like there's going to be situations when you should fold Ace King, like definitely should fold Ace King. Look, this is not one of those. 5 Ace King. Nope, not this time. Not this time. Still got 63 bigs. Yeah, so you should yeah, don't be too set on it's never a fold with ace king, because just spend 10 minutes with HRC or ICMizer, put in some ranges that you think your opponents are actually shoving rather than what HRC or ICMizer suggests, and you'll quickly see that ace king for like heaps of big blinds is 4 and 5 bet pots. It's doing really, really badly against what population's actually jamming. Shout out to Jones Triggerman for the follow. I'm going to fold 3 deuce here. We're at 1,744 followers, guys, and we are 6 away from our target for today's stream, 1,750. And I can see that you guys are just watching their forehand. I'm waiting for the abuse in the chat, but hopefully you guys follow the logic. For pot odds, it's 100% a call, of course it is, but for ICM, it's not. Nobody's made a comment yet. It's absolutely unreal. Maybe you just like tilt closed the stream in disgust. 9-5 suited, going to be a fold here. Jack 9 suited, going to be an open, and versus this guy. Going to call. We cover him. I think he has to play. Well, that's disappointing. And Decky is in the chat. So unfortunately we have to fold. Not that Decky is in the chat, just that we have to fold Jack 9 suited. Okay. Ace King versus Ace 10. Oh, look at that. We would have flopped the world. Ace King going to double up. Absolutely loving life. Queen 10 suited. Going to be opening. Probably 3-bet this guy. Okay. Going to go for the min open. Get it through. Decent respect. If you just joined the stream, hello and welcome to this stream. I'm progressively falling down this chair. Let's try and improve our posture just a little bit. We have 2 tournaments left for your viewing pleasure. The bigger 27 here. We're at 87 of 218 with 134 paid. And we're in the 27 Classic, 4 of 23. And this tournament has definitely been one of these, but more up than down. King deuce suited, going to be a fold. 7 away from the money then. Last 3 tables now. Last 2 tables get paid. Gotta love these small field tournaments. $10 offsuit here, 25 big blinds, going to be a fold. Is that Daniel DeVoris? Can anyone confirm? Ace 7 off, going to fold. Skip Sedan says, I mean, like heads up, even if under the gun opens, you 3-bet under the gun and big blind jams under the gun, fold, goes back to you on under the gun one. I'm not folding ace king because he can hold queens, jacks, and I don't know, maybe 4-way, 5-way. Okay, I'll fold, but not heads up. Okay, so if the guy has jacks plus ace king and you get in 45 big blinds, I would say that ace king's probably losing in that spot. You don't have the right equity to make a call in that spot. And yeah, I don't mean, I just recommend like running it in HRC and having a look. You'll see the ace king off. Like even if it's profitable, it's going to be like really marginal and really unnecessary in a soft tournament. So I think those are the you know, you don't need to take those spots. You don't need to really, you know, that's a really thin spot and I wouldn't take it. If I was 60 big blinds deep, okay, maybe I fold ace king, but not with 31 bigs behind and a possible chip lead if I win the pot. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, I don't know. I never really look at like, oh, if we win this hand, we can have a chip lead and then we can abuse everyone. Because that relies on taking a minus EV decision in the first place. And that's the first thing that happens. So yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to take a minus EV spot in order to suddenly have the chip lead, which as you can see, can just be, you know, relinquished pretty quickly if you just lose the next flip, right? So I don't think that's something you want to look at. You know, if that's how you play, fine, you know, you go for it. And 8s here ordinarily against the button would be a jam, but for ICM, I think we flat. Okay, you can't see this. We have an easy call now though. We've got a flip against ace jack. It's a good flop. It's a great turn. And a very, very safe river. That's a nice situation for us. Sorry, Kale's dad. You're out of there. So for 45 big blinds, ace king would be pretty marginal. And then factor in ICM where it's going to be even more marginal. So yeah, don't think that you want to be getting it in. If you can disprove that though by running some sims, showing me that for 45 big blinds, someone 4-bet jams only jacks plus ace king, and that ace king is a really solid, profitable call, I will give you 1 hour of coaching for free. Folding king deuce off here. So very close to the bubble now. We're 2 of 20, 16 paid. We don't cover these guys by much. I think we can open a bit wider. I think 7-5 off and 6-4 off and stuff like that would be way too wide. I think these two have to fold a little bit more because we cover them. They're out of position. We're on the bubble and stuff like that. So I think it's good. We're not going to get any respect here, opening back-to-back hands either. I think this guy can 3-bet like liberally now. I don't want to jam because I feel like he's going to be 3-betting like too frequently. So I'm just going to call and give him a chance to punt it off. Like, yeah. Because I jam now, like he just folds all of his bluffs, right? Okay. Check. So we're still doing really well against kings, queens, jacks. You can have some bluffs now, like king 10, king 9. He checks back. This is pretty strange, got to say. We block the ace of hearts now, so it's not like he can call with flush draws. I guess we just give him a chance to continue telling a story. Goes for a small bet here. I mean, he should be small betting because we're on the bubble, but I think we absolutely want to still give him a chance to blast off here. And if he has complete biscuits here, then yeah, we give him a chance now to bluff this river. Like, we're going to have some draws that brick 9x, 10x, maybe like ace 5 that brick, you know, that can't cling on this river. Well, he goes for the over bet. There's no way he checks back queens. He literally has king jack, maybe queen 9 suited. Those are the only value hands. Good for him if he's got there. You know, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, tens. Like, you know, what are you going to do? Like, you jam pre, maybe he folds. But, like, that's just, like, the, you know, super cooler. Like, there's absolutely nothing I can do there. So, good for him. Well played. Nice for you to outflop me at this juncture in the tournament. He shouldn't be 3-betting tens there on the bubble either. Like, he should just be flatting. Let's have a look at this hand. Let's have a look. So 50 big blinds deep. Like, basically the way you would work it out is how many hands do you really want to 3-bet call on the bubble. Tens is definitely not going to be in there. I don't think he's 3-bet folding. Like, he's going for a 3-bet call. So I think it's really poor from him. And again, like, I'm not, like, it's really tough because I don't want to be like, oh, I'm just saying this because I lost, like, and he shouldn't ever have tens in his range, right? Like, he shouldn't, he should just be flatting tens. I mean, the same thing happens, right? We lose a huge pot in this spot, but 3-betting there, he opens himself up to be either calling it off with a hand that shouldn't be calling it off on the bubble, not like 50 bigs versus 50 bigs. That just is really, really poor. Or, you know, I fold a lot, I guess. I suppose it's a good thing for him. La Moyo, thanks for the follow on Twitch. His check back is good. I like that with top set. And then now we just have a hand that we have to call off, and you know, good for him that he flopped the world. So in this spot's going to be interesting. We see a limp under the gun. Skip Zidane. Well, it depends on the positions. Here I'm just going to rip. Like, I don't want to induce. I don't want to limp. I think it's too weak. A little bit concerned about this. We could go from 2 of 20 or whatever it was to busting before the money, but that's tournament poker. We're all in, guys. We're going for it. Skip Zidane saying snap calling even if 80 bigs. Okay, hang on. Well, it depends on the positions. Like, if I open ace king button and small blind jam for 50 bigs, you're snap calling even 80 bigs. Have you ever run that? Have you ever run that situation to prove that you are making money there? I would say that you are probably not. Whoa, he's called it off with ace jack. What a terrible call. Oh my goodness. King! Oh my goodness. That is terrible. Wow. What an unfortunate series of events, guys. We get out flopped, aces versus tens. Then some guy decides to call it off with ace jack in the worst possible spot. Like, it's really bad, and for his tournament life, and gets there. So we are probably going to get it in with sevens here, with 3 big blinds, and yeah. Really much we can do, guys. Pretty disappointing, not gonna lie. But can you control how the cards come? No, absolutely not. Like in that aces versus 10 hand, ace could have come on the river, then we're laughing. Or a 10 doesn't come, and we, you know, we're doing really well. So I'm actually going to be all in on both tables here. We're all in with sevens, and we're going to jam sixes here as well. Okay, he has king deuce suited. That's a great flop for us. And a safe turn. We live to fight another day. But yeah, just how brutal are tournaments. Like, you go from, I had 600k, I now have 69. You know, 2 of 20 with 600k, and then 18 of 18 with 69k. Yeah, I mean, I look at that and I'm like, I don't think I did anything wrong, right? You know, if he's bluffing in that aces hand, amazing. Like, let's give him a chance to bluff. Like, you don't want to jam there, and he folds all of his bluffs. Like, let's give him a chance to do that. We just got really unlucky for a huge pot where he hit a 2 outer. Like, that's it. So there's not a lot you can do. Skips it down. The difference between me and you is that I play the bigger 440 and you play the bigger 44, so you're probably right on the ace king debate, lol. Plus, I'm a fan of your stream and I'm here to learn. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a debate, right? It's not like I'm hammering you for that. I just challenge you to like run the spot and prove that it's good or bad, right? And if you prove that it's good, then great. If you prove that it's bad, then you've learned something. We're at 1,745 followers, guys. Shout out to you guys. We are 5 away from our target, 1,750. Nico R on YouTube saying, as you said, it's bubble and you open from the cutoff. He can raise easy for value. Yeah, he can raise for value for sure, but I think he's more likely to bluff in that spot. It's the second time we opened. He's button versus cutoff. I think he's going to have way more bluffs than value hands. So let's look at the situation. We are 18 of 18. We might cash this tournament, but we're gonna need something in our favor, like some positive variance, because we're gonna need to find. There's a few things going to need to happen. Either, like, you know, 2 players get all in. It's like aces versus kings versus queens or something, and aces hold, and aces is the guy with the biggest stack. Or we find a hand in the next orbit or 2, and someone else finds a hand, and we manage to hold or manage to win in some kind of way, because maybe we get it in bad and get there. Skips it down. Are you registering more tournaments? I'm not. I've been playing for almost 6 hours. So these are my last 2 tournaments today, 27 Classic and the bigger 27. So yeah, I'm not sure if I misunderstood Nico's comment on YouTube. He just said, or she said, your 4-bet frequency will be very low anyway. Yeah. Okay, well, versus a raise, I quite like a call. This hand does really well at realizing equity. We can jam some flops, we can check jam, we can do all sorts. If this guy jams, though, we just have to call, I think. Yeah, here we go, guys. Have we gone from penthouse to outhouse in like 3 orbits? Let's find out. Okay, Flip City, 49.5%, 56.4, 31.8, 0. We are out. 1 tournament left, bigger 27. If you ever wanted to see the brutal nature of tournaments, that was a good example. Okay, confirmed. We busted an 18th in the Classic 27. Right then, 1 table. Let's win the bigger 27. We are 29 away from the money in that one. Okay, 10-6 suited into this lineup. I'm just going to fold. Lol ad sighted, which is looks like addicted, but maybe not. It says good luck, good luck. Thank you. Appreciate that. If you just joined the stream, we have 1 tournament left. We're into hour number 6. We've been playing since 10 a.m. And we have 1 tournament left, which is the bigger 27. We're close to the money. 134 paid, 159 left. We're in 92nd, 93rd now. We have ace jack suited. I'm just going to flat caller here, I think, in position. You could almost 3-bet fold this hand. And that's a good flop. We get, I don't think it's pure bet if check to. I think he should be doing a lot of checking here on this board. He does not, so we're just going to go for a call. I don't think we want to raise blocking the world. And that's a pretty tasty turn card. If he's got ace king, ace queen, any ace basically. Also, we get to check back here a lot. Because we just have the board completely crushed. So we might, if we had ace queen, ace 10, we can value bet turn. If we had 6s, we could value bet turn. But when we have the world, we would just go for a check back. Now we're just going to call. Spades do get there, not ideal. Has he? Oh, he's checked. Okay. It's quite difficult to know what we actually get value from now. Like, given that we have an ace. But we're still gonna go for it. Still gonna jam. I'm really tempted just to bet 15 big blinds. Leave ourselves a little bit behind to make it look more like a bluff. Okay, well, he just didn't have anything. King queen off with king queen off with a spade probably could jam river maybe. I just think that he should check flop. If he folded an ace there, it's incredible. Okay, 33.7 bigs. We're on a break, and I will see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, guys, we're back. 27 big blinds, 23 before the money in the bigger 27. UK Kiwi says good luck, good luck. Thank you, appreciate that. Decky GG. I'm still clinging on with 7 bigs. Good luck, hope you ship it. UK Kiwi GG, thank you. Jack Rag 66, you don't like playing later. I mean, I love playing Sunday evenings, right? Really high value. I guess the only downside is that it's the highest variance day of the week. It's like the field sizes are massive, but like so much value, so many satellite winners getting places in big tournaments. So yeah, I think it's fantastic to play later. Somebody asked about this earlier on, and I said I just playing the off-peak schedule. There's definitely a gap in the market at the moment for somebody to stream at this time, so I thought I would fill it. So I've been streaming now for almost 6 hours. Started at 10 a.m. and had reasonable viewership throughout, which is good. I imagine though now 4 o'clock, I haven't looked, but I guess like all the big streamers are coming on now, so that's, we were up at over 200 viewers a few hours ago, and now we're looks like around 100 on Twitch, and I think like 20 to 25 on YouTube. So yeah, that's why I decided to stream on Sunday. In an ideal world, I think I would play in the evening, but I think, and it's great for like the single guy, right? So like, for the single guy, it's great to play, or if you perhaps, I don't know, like if your partner works nights, work shifts, then it would be great, because then you could just play in the evening. They would be at work, and then you go to bed, and then they would come back to bed later. If you, I mean, the reason I did it for personal reasons, like actually wanting to see my girlfriend, during W Coop, I hardly saw her, right? It was literally like, I woke up at like midday, 1 p.m. She was working. So, we'd have a bit of lunch together. She'd go back to work. And by the time she finished at like 5, 6 o'clock, I was already playing the next day of poker, right? So for like 2.5 weeks, we didn't see each other, even though we lived together. So it's not ideal, I would say. So like what happens is you then adjust your schedule to suit yourself, right? So of course, like I'd love to play Sundays. I'd love to play the evening session the peak schedule, bigger guarantees, more value. I would say weaker players, softer tournaments, for sure. But this is where we're at. This is what we're doing. So this is how it's going to go for the foreseeable future. The next series comes along, I'll probably play again in the peak schedule. But there are, there's some pros as well, right? I get up at the same time every day. I go to bed at the same time. That's the consistency. Like sleep hygiene, super important. I manage to do everything I want to do in the day. I get to concentrate on the business more. I get to concentrate on coaching and my own sort of like self-development, personal development, professional development as well. And then when I do play the off-peak schedule, I think the field sizes are smaller, so there's less variance. And it's a kind of a different type of player that plays this schedule. Bigger 27 is like later on in the day, starts at 1 o'clock. So I think most people that start their Sunday early would play this one. So this is not a good example. But like earlier in the day, it's really like, further around the world, I guess, would be playing this schedule. 3 deuce off here, going to fold. We're, what's that, 18 away from the money. 17 before the money now. Let's find a fold. ENNO, thanks for the follow on Twitch. We're up to 1748. Shout out to also Lamoyo, Punter 11, and Tunic. So we need two. We're 2 away now, guys, from our target today, which was 1750 followers. You guys know what to do. If you haven't done so already, hit that follow button. Let's get to 1750 by the end of today's stream. That's a good flop for pocket eights. $16 away now from the money. King Deuce off, gonna fold. Shout to Rob20ert for the follow. I think we are 1 away now, guys. We might get there by the time you hear this. 60 of 150, bigger 27, 134 left. Shout out to Pink Lady X. That might have put us to the magic 1750 mark, guys. Which would be amazing. Yes, we are at 1750. Shout out to you guys. You guys are the best. Jack Des J, do you have an account in GG Poker? Yes, I do. Just don't play the off-peak schedule. When I play the peak schedule, so during a series like W Coop just happened, I was playing regularly on GG. But during the day, I don't think there's too much to play on there. I think there's maybe a few around lunchtime that maybe I could start to put in. Could be a good idea. But yeah, haven't played on there for since W Coop really. So 61 of 147, 13 left until the money. We have 24 big blinds. The blind's going to go up in 1 minute's time. We're suddenly going to have like 12 big blinds. No, 20 big blinds even. Good maths. TB time 12. Thanks for the follow. Darren Piper saying, great stream, but United are on soon, boy. Good luck. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm an Arsenal fan, so you probably don't want to hear that if you're a United fan. But yeah, I hope we win. Let's get some run good in the football. Maybe a VAR decision that goes for us. I think we've been pretty unlucky with VAR decisions. There was Lacazette's header last week against Leicester, disallowed for offside. Ridiculous. There was a goal last year. I can't remember who it was. I feel like it was Callum Chambers. Was like fouled in the area as he shot, right, and the ball went in, and VAR disallowed it for a foul by Callum Chambers. like, I don't know, football fans are always going to be biased, but like you try and have a little bit of neutrality, impartiality, if those are words in this context. That seemed ludicrous. Those two just crazy decisions. I know there's a lot of talk last year, I think, of Liverpool getting a lot of decisions because of VAR. They've been unfortunate, I think, this year. So maybe it does even itself out, like variance in poker. But the thing about variance in poker, similarly to VAR, is that, the sort of variance in decision making, variance in results, but like the decision making by the people at Stockley Park or whatever, they then affects the results, right? So the thing is that, if you're 4-0 up and you have a bad VAR decision against you, it leads to a penalty and you end up losing 4-1, doesn't matter. If it's 1-1 and you get a poor VAR decision and you end up losing 2-1, it's massive. So, and it's the same thing in poker, I think, where, let's say you make the biggest final table of your life. You get in aces versus kings, king on the river, you're out in 9th place, right? And if you win that hand, you're chip leader because you got in like heaps of big blinds in that spot. It's very tough for that kind of thing to even itself out. So like you'd think in the long run, like over the course of a season, like poor refereeing decisions would even themselves out, but it's just not true. And I think there's something to be said about sort of the variance within poker as well. You will see, and like this isn't, again, like I'm not trying to be salty or anything like that, but like you will see some players just do run better on final tables. And that's not like poor psychological mindset, like poor mindset. You just like literally just watch a tournament. You can watch whole cards up tournaments. Obviously they have to do something well to keep on getting to these final tables. But like, the biggest final tables in the world, let's say that you make the final table of the W Coup main or the Scoop main. It's unlikely that's ever going to happen again. And if you get aces in against kings and lose, then, how do you get back to that point where you then get to the variance to go the other way? So I do think it's something to think about. I'm not saying that poker is all luck, but it plays a pretty big part in the biggest tournaments. And you just have to get to a point where the biggest tournaments are not making or breaking your career as a poker player, right? So if you're relying on a huge result in a series to make your year, then you're doing it wrong. Like you want to be getting the consistent results throughout. And that's hard in tournaments because variance is, stupid. You saw earlier on, we were 2 of 20 with 16 paid. We busted an 18th. Like, okay. Nice hand. Right, move on. Okay, so we're 9 away from the money here. I don't think this guy shoves that wide. I don't think ace-4 suited is a call here. So I'm going to mark it for review. And then I'm going to fold. Because I'm not 100% sure that is definitely a call. For chips, 100% that is a call. Don't ever fold there. That's definitely a call for chips. But for ICM, I don't think he's shoving as wide. And therefore, I don't think we want to be calling with ace-4 suited there. Now, there's every chance I'm completely wrong there. But that's why we mark it. That's why we, try to learn from it. So, yeah, I'm sure you guys, some of you will think this is a snap call. Some of you are like, no, it's an easy fold. Some other of you will be somewhere in the middle. And the thing is that, like, opinion or sort of experience and whatever in those situations, like, it doesn't really matter because you can just run it and get the answer. For folks' sake, saying congrats, you could join Limitless's cash game. Maybe. 6-3 off here. Gonna find a fold. Jack Des J, what do you feel difference or any advice for online and real poker tournament events? I've not played enough live to really give you, massive, great advice. 99% of the games I've ever played have been online. But when you play live, it's a lot softer. it's a lot easier probably to work out what somebody has. And you probably want to play more exploitatively. But just sort of recognize that most players are really bad, so you just value bet relentlessly until you're given a reason not to, right? I mean, that's the answer to playing, like, you know, to beating low stakes MTTs and low stakes cash games, right? Very often, you know, value bet relentlessly until given a reason not to. It's the same thing with live tournaments that tend to be a lot softer than the equivalent online. So like a 1K live is going to be a lot softer than a 1K online. Like, there's no doubt about that. Okay, 6 before the money now. We are 74 of 140. 18 bigs here. Yeah, I might have a quick think about this hand. Or a long think, shall we say. For more information about the sort of effect of randomness and luck in life, I would recommend reading a book called Fooled by Randomness. It's a very good book, very easy to read. I really like the style of the writer, whose name I'm going to butcher. I'm going to attempt it anyway. There's a guy called Nazim Nicholas Taleb. Okay, 5 away from the money now. Just to let you know that I will be doing 2 more streams this week, probably focused on study, showing you how to study, how I would study, how you can put good study habits and routines into your practice. So if you haven't done so already, hit that follow button. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the subscribe button and the bell notification on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube, so you get notified when we go live next time. And then you could also sign up for our mailing list on mttpokerschool.com. I'm going to send an email out about the streams later on this week. Probably going to be Tuesday and Thursday at 6 o'clock UK time, so whatever that is with you. I think all the clocks are now back to where they need to be in terms of going back. We've all gone back now. So we should be, you know, if you're in Pacific Coast, West Coast Pacific time, it'll be 8 hours behind. I guess Vegas is 8 hours behind as well. If you're in the East Coast, it's going to be 5 hours now. And then, yeah, I guess if you're in Central Europe, it's +1. Eastern Europe +2, is it? Something like that. Skips it down. Ace 4 suited, easy fold. The guy in the button shoves 8 bigs. He is away. He has no fold equity against the small blind stack and even against you, and close from the bubble, so he's not jamming trash hands. I agree. I think it's a good one to run, though, just to be sure. I talked about this in the study stream last Thursday, I think it was, where it's really important to sweep the floor, which means to regularly go through things that you think is correct, but actually, you know, it might not be. to make sure you're not sort of like, letting any leaks creep into your game. Blow up the bankroll saying good stream. When's the next one? So yeah, it'll be on Tuesday or Thursday. Sorry, Tuesday and Thursday is what I'm hoping for this week. And then the next playing stream will be next Sunday, every Sunday, 10 a.m. UK time. So again, whatever time that is with you. I guess 2 a.m. Pacific and 5 a.m. Eastern if you're in the States. And then, check out where it is in, wherever you are. If you're in, Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Malaysia. I don't know what the time difference is to Malaysia. Probably 7-8 hours, something like that. Okay, so we would have defended here, but now we are going to fold versus this. Jack Desj, yeah, but I feel more bad beats seeing in online when comparing to real events. Yeah, I think it's just because you see more hands when you play online, right? So you're going to see more. It's going to feel like you see more bad beats. And as the co-host of my podcast and the co-author of my book, Purposeful Practice for Poker, Dr. Trisha Cardin always talks about how the brain is like Teflon for good and positive stuff and like Velcro for the negative. So you just remember it way more, right? And if you're interested in learning all about tournament poker strategy and mindset, check out our podcast. It's called Poker on the Mind. We're up to episode, I want to say 81. If 81's not out yet, it will be soon. If 81's already out, then episode 82 will be out soon. We haven't really had any hands for a while in this, but that's not the end of the world. It's easier to like fold hands than risk it all on the bubble. If you can fold your way in, then great, but then you're always going to get, I always feel like there's always a chance, in like a sport, there's always like that last chance, like, okay, this team's going to get another chance to score, whatever sport it is. Poker's the same, like there's, you're always going to have a chance, you're going to get a spot where you have to risk it all. So we'll see when that comes. Could be before the bubble. Could be after. Who knows? $6-4 off. 2 away from the money now. So once we get to 1-3-5, it'll be hand for hand. So we do actually get to, think about our decisions a little bit more. This is the last chance we get to do it, right? 1-3-6 left. I guess, when the bubble bursts as well. Well, someone's gone for it on the bubble. Whoa, run into it. Kong Victor. Notice how he hasn't gone all in here. He's waiting for, just in case somebody busts. Now, the fact that we've got a new player at this table could mean that the bubble is over. There's 1-3-5 left. Smallest is 640. Not sure. He's going to try and tank. The worst thing is if he sees someone bust now, and then so he gets it in, and he realizes that the guy who busted had more chips than he did before at the start of this hand, so he ends up bubbling the tournament. And yeah, that definitely has happened to me before. So if I just show you on here, let's see. So you can see the smallest stack is 640. Sometimes it will say like smallest 0, and then that that 135th place is busted, right? So you're like, okay, fine, I get to jam, I get to call it off or whatever. Except you've got to be really careful. You've got to see where the player's busted, because if he's got more chips than you, then you're going to bubble the tournament. So something to watch out for. King Jack versus Queens. King Jack's not a call. What's he doing? So he raises, the big blind jams on the bubble, and he thinks that King Jack is a good hand to call. Come on now. It's very poor. We saw him make a bad call earlier on as well. So he's got a blue tag for being a slightly winning player, I think, in low stakes. But those are two pretty bad decisions from him, I would say. Dave Quinn 65. Does he read the chat? He does. I'm reading it right now. Can see you there, Dave, in the chat asking the question. Hit me with a question, Dave. We're still on the bubble. Okay, so you can see now the smallest stack is 0. So we're in the money. We're not involved in the hand, so we can change the color of the felt. Two red. Red felt hype means we're in the money. Okay, I guess we should change. Well, I might wait a few minutes to change the title of the stream because it would spoil it for you guys. Maybe I'll wait 4 minutes. We're in the money. Woo! I'm going to fold. Okay, Nines is going to take that one down. We don't mind this guy getting chips. He's been pretty poor so far, I think. For folks' sake, saying the congrats was for reaching number of followers. I appreciate that. Thank you. 1,750. We got there today. We were at 1,500 the start of last week's stream, so that's pretty cool. And the suggestion to join Limitless Cash Game was in response to you saying there was nothing to do on GG during the day. Okay, well, I'll have a think. Cash game is definitely not my forte, but you never know. Maybe we can. I think there are. If it's Limitless, who I think is Limitless, then those cash games are quite big, right? But never say never. Ten deuce. I'm going to fold. Shout out to Z Quintino. Not sure how you say that. Pretty long stream, 6 hours and 25 minutes. Decent length of stream, I would say. Alex Reyes, I'm not sure if I saw your follow earlier on. Shout out to you. Thanks for the follow. Excuse me. Whoa. I'm a bit tired. I need a coffee or something. But it's 4:30. Okay, 6 high, not going to be a call. Going to fold. Move on to the next one. So we're in the money now. And yeah, we're just going to see what we can do. I quite like these situations because, you know, there's fewer decisions to make. The decision that you make is, like, it's not going to be the end of the world because you're just going to bust, or maybe you double up. But yeah, make great decisions, then see what the poker gods have in store for you today. That's basically it. And I think as soon as you get to being okay with that, then I think you lose like the sort of the poor mindset and like being upset about losing. Like the guy with kings here, like however he played this hand, he was going to get it in and lose against ace king. So, you know, like nothing you can do. There's no point. Like, oh my god, I'm so unlucky. I got it in a 70% favorite and I still lose. Like, it's not. You have to be okay with that. Blow up the bankroll. How would you say average player's skill level has evolved since, let's say, 1 year back? Well, that is a good question. King Queen versus Ace Jack suited here. Ace Jack gonna hold. We're down to 107 players. We have pocket fours now. We will jam. I won't jam against this guy because he's going to call us off with a too light. So we should actually have some raise folds here, but this guy is going to raise call everything, and therefore our fold equity goes down. And I don't really want to run fours in this spot now. So in terms of like players I'm playing against, I think people are getting the ranges closer to where they need to be now, I would say. They went through a phase, like I'm sure like it was 2 or 3 years ago, where players were just suddenly defending the big blind with any 2 cards, and then they realized that actually they were just hemorrhaging money, so they decided that wasn't a good idea anymore. Yeah, I'd say that's probably the biggest one. Players are still making that mistake, but better players are not. They're defending the big blind at the right frequency. I'd say maybe it's more aggressive across the board, but still, not as aggressive as a solver would suggest. Yeah, those are some thoughts. So that was an interesting hand. He min bet, check raised, and then just gave up. That's pretty interesting to see. Queen is probably a card that he gives up after check raising, but low cards would be better, I think. So yeah, it's pretty interesting hand. Jack deuce just got a fold. If you guys are watching on Twitch, I do have a YouTube channel. Check it out, youtube.com/MTT Poker School. Lots of highlight videos of these streams, plus strategy videos. So I just put out a new strategy video last week on big blind defense and comparing two bits of software and showing you why one software is not doing what it says it can do. So definitely, it's definitely worth checking out. And I did recently write an article for Poker News. So that's on their website, pokernews.com. If you go to the strategy section, it might even be on their homepage, I'm not sure. You'll see my latest article, which is basically the article accompanying that video, but it just goes into more detail in the article. So if you prefer reading, then go to the article. If you prefer watching and listening, then go and watch the YouTube video. But yeah, you should check out the YouTube channel anyway. Got some guest videos on there as well from some famous players, Patrick Leonard, Jack Sinclair, to mention two. And who knows in the future who we might be able to get on. So yeah, definitely check it out. youtube.com/MTT Poker School. Jack deuce off then, 6.99 bigs. Sort of been a slow and steady decline. Let's look at, yeah, look, this is quite funny. Okay, you can't see that. Let's see if we can show you here. So we did pretty well, and then we lost, and then we chipped up nicely, and then we lost a big one, and then nothing really happened for a while. Then we won another big one, and then ever since then we've just had this slow and steady decline, which is, the bubble where we just didn't get any hands or any spots, and then yeah, just basically nothing doing. So just gotta keep on going, make good decisions. And so I had a mindset session with Dr. Tricia Cardner, who I've already mentioned as the co-author of my book Purposeful Practice for Poker. But she's also the co-host of my podcast, Poker on the Mind. And she made the really fantastic point that, just focus on the things you can control, because where you end up in any tournament is kind of outside your control. Like if you are doing the best you can possibly do, you're focusing, you're making the best decisions possible, then the rest it's kind of outside your control, right? So you shouldn't worry too much about it. Well, ace 3 off's got a chance here. Needs an ace or a club. He doesn't get there. Tens is going to double. Blinds are up. We're going to have next to no big blinds now. Oh, 5.5. Jack deuce off. Not going to be a call though. Sean on YouTube saying, when all the live players started online in like March and April, it got pretty good. Yeah, I think online poker was amazing then. It's a weird one though, because a friend of mine, really close friend of mine in poker, like he was doing really, really well until lockdown until COVID happened, and then just went on the biggest downswing ever when the tournaments were like the juiciest and the best. And it's just just tournament variance. Like it's just a real like there's just not really a lot you can do about it. So you just have to keep on firing. Queen 3 just going to fold here. We're 85 of 88. We probably won't fold this one. We'd like it to fold to us though, like so that we actually have some fold equity. This is fantastic. I mean, if we get this through, we've added 50% to our stack, which is incredible. And given that we have such a short stack, we could actually get called by worse here. The guy in the big blind could definitely call with like 10-9. Okay, we'll get it through. 50% added. Eight big blinds now. Fantastic. 10-7 off, going to be a fold. See a limp and a jam. Tekelson, I think, is a reg. Yeah, we have 834 hands on them. Okay, see a raise, and we are not going to get involved now. But we would have done if he'd folded. We would have jammed. Okay, 6-3 off. That's going to have to fold. Six and a half hours. I'm not sure if this is the longest stream. I'm not sure actually. Did we stream like for 8.5 hours once in the summer? Not sure. Maybe. Nine six off, just got to fold. Versus the under the gun raise. I mean, I know we only have 6 bigs. We're going to call and see if we can flop anything. If we have like 2 overs and a gut shot, I'm just going to donk jam the flop. But yeah, let's see what we flop. I mean, pair and a gut shot, still not great though. It's such an amazing board for him, and we just have very little of this. But he can still have like ace 10, ace x. Well, that's a potentially good card for us. I think I'm just going to rip, because winning 6 bigs is actually a pretty significant. We more, we double up. So yeah, I think we'll do that. Still get value from some hands. Queen X of spades, King X of spades. King X probably bets flop. 10x of clubs, 9x of clubs, something like that. So back to 11 big blinds seems pretty good. It's when you get folds like that, like it's quite easy to just be like, maybe I should have checked, right? But sort of like tournament management there. Like we do want to have take the highest EV line, and maybe checking is the highest EV line, but I guess it's going to be fairly close. The fold queen 5. Ace queen versus ace king. Ace queen's going to get there. Unfortunate for a Maori. It's down to 3 bigs now. 65 of 78. I guess we can update the stream now. See a raise and a call and then a jam. Well, okay. Seems a bit crazy here. Kong Victor. Woo. Well, that escalated quickly. King Queen versus Ace King versus sixes. Sixes loving it until that turn card. Well, King Queen going to take it. Tekelson played a bit funkily there, just flatting Ace King. That seems interesting. I'm going to replay this hand. Yeah, just called Ace King. Seems okay, I guess. Right then, 9 big blinds. Here we go. Trying to stick on this table. It's a good hand for this spot. He opens, we'll jam. If he folds, we'll jam. Whatever happens, we're all in. Okay, good luck us. Here we go. 63 of 72 in the money, in the bigger 27. Well, we could be out or double up. Ooh, that's a good spot. Hold. That will do very, very nicely. Up to 20 big blinds. Where are we sitting now? 43rd of 71. I'm going to go for the min raise fold here, I think. Okay, we see a call. I'm going to go half pot here, and then half pot turn, and half pot jam river. Okay, take it down. 23, 24 big blinds all of a sudden. 37 to 70. I wonder if we need this anymore. So you know we're in the money because we've got red felt and then 37 of 70. You can see that top right. Makes the table look a bit cleaner, I think. So we're in hour 7. We're just coming up to a break. Sir Patrice has a spot, has a decision to make here. Okay, he's going to fold. Right, guys, that's the break. And yeah, we just have one tournament left. If you've just joined the stream, bigger 27 with 37 of 70 in the money, 3K up top, I think. So we'll just see what we can do. See if we can win. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, guys, we're back. This is hour number 8, almost. We started at 10 o'clock, so I've been here for playing for 7 hours, streaming for 6 hours and 54 minutes. Ace-9 off now in the big blind. Just had a chocolate orange brownie on the break. Unsure if some of it might be still in my teeth. Okay, just going to go for the defend here. And now we're going to check. And probably stack off here. I think there's plenty to get value from. Flush draws, weaker ace-x hands. I think you should go bigger in this spot. We can just call as well. You know, we're not thrilled to get this in because you're going to be up against like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. But it's one of the best ace-x hands we have. I think I jam ace-jack pre. So now we're going to get value from like ace-deuce, ace-3, ace-4, ace-5. We still lose to ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. I think the 6 is a reasonable card for us. Like, it's not like a king, queen, jack, 10. So yeah, and we get to deny against flush draws as well. And if we're up against an ace, then we just got collared, right? And he just has quads, so we just got collared. So that's the end of the stream, guys. That was short-lived after the break. Not a lot we can really do there. So yeah, 20 big blinds, flop, top pair. Gonna go with it, and that's the end of the stream. If you haven't done so already, hit that follow button on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube or wherever you're watching, and you haven't done so already, hit subscribe on YouTube, youtube.com/MTT Poker School. If you want to sign up for coaching, then go over to mttpokerschool.com/game changer for more information on that. And that's going to wrap things up. So take care, have a great week, and I will see you soon.